what did people do? What did you? Huh. Nice. Jesus.
Oh, I know. These are all DPS. It's like so many things.
Oh my gosh.
That sound never was on KR before, right? That's like a new thing, I think. That mob almost got me killed. Hey, Callie, how's it going? Oh, someone stuck by. Oh, you got it. Posting something. Hey, Isabella. The wait list on the Fury Discord, I'm not sure where that actually is. If you DM, Kimmy, she will have the wait list. So just DM her. She's able to give you. Let her know that I can also, if you're gonna DM Kimmy, you can let her know that I sent you to her, and I can also send her a DM as well. But just ask that you're looking for the waitlist, or trying to understand how it works, because I don't handle the waitlist stuff. That's just Kimmy. Hey Baba, how's it going? Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Yes, I made it. Hey, Johnny. How much on average are you looking to make using a purple litho? Yeah, if I'm gonna sell a purple litho on the auction house, I'm gonna want to make at least over like 2,000 lucens. Over 1,000 lucens also okay, but I prefer 2,000. But over 1,000 is also good because the cost of like the talons or whatever is like really cheap. If you're gonna buy the talons, that is. Once that is. Hey, Tark. How's it going? Yeah, Callie. Greatsword Dagger is like our natural #1 enemy. That's why melee evasion builds tend to be better for small scale and arenas. But yeah, that's why melee evasion builds in small scale and arenas tends to be better, because in those settings where it's easier for you to get targeted by Greatsword Dagger, the melee evasion comes in handy to just like make it so either the silence misses, or their stun misses, or their burst damage misses. It's like added survivability that's helpful in those sort of combat settings where you're easily targeted by those specific builds. But if you're running the endurance build, some things I do is you just have to learn over time how to preemptively use your abilities to counter a Greatsword that's like about to jump you, for example. So I like to use Blessed Barrier and a Fountain under myself when a Greatsword is trying to jump me. That also ensures that I just survive their usually survive their rotation or combo rotation. Another thing I do is I do the Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing combo. That also helps ensure that I survive their rotation as well. So those are some things that I personally do. Yeah, the UI file is available in the Healer Discord. If you go into the Healer Discord and go to announcements, it should be pinned in announcements. Hey, Tumek, how's it going? Hey, Boar. Hey, Fade. Yeah, her name in Discord is just spelled, let me see. Oh, it's spelled, if you type Kimmy9823, it should pop up if you're already in the Discord. Kimmy9823. Yeah, Kimmy9823. Yeah, I do share my UI file, Bear. It's in the Healer Discord. If you go into announcements, and then one of the pinned messages should be the UI file. Just easier to download from the Discord than it is to find a way to link it on Twitch, because those usually expire pretty fast. Should I upgrade all gear that I'm using right now to +9, even if it's not a perfect piece, since I could transfer the level when I get a better piece? If there's any reason to not do that, I'm missing. Yeah, if you have a piece of gear, you can plus it to +9. There's no reason not to enhance the piece of gear you have to +9, because when you transfer a piece of gear to another piece of equipment, if it's the same rarity, it's a straight transfer. So it's 100% XP transfer. So you can definitely do that without issue. Even if it's not a piece you're necessarily going to use, just don't like fully trade it, because that's where you'll start to make mistakes. I am NA East, Johnny. Oh, if you do ! healer Discord bear, the link for the Discord should pop up. The vanity link for the Discord is healers TNL. Healers TNL. If you want to see my current gear, DDF, yeah, I'm using my melee evasion range endurance gear, or I'm building that, because I like playing a lot more small scale arenas when I have the time, obviously. But this is my current gear. The pants and the cape are different from what I should be running, but that's just what I have right now because I didn't get my ideal gear. This is what I have at the moment, DDF. But if you do exclamation point builds, you'll see the gear that I'm working towards. Yeah, that's her, Isabella. Level 8. It's too late to switch one. No, it's never too late to swap weapons. But if you have masteries already leveled, obviously it will take time to get your masteries re-leveled. That's more of what you're. That's more along the lines of what you're waiting for. But yeah, but you can swap if you want to swap. If you're running the melee evasion range endurance build, you can use it on the wand dagger build as well. Ooh. That was too ooh. I'm not saying ooh. I changed now to heal one bow, but yeah, I really enjoy solo PvE. Yeah, if you I have a YouTube video actually showing how I solo PvE Faba. So I recommend looking at that and see how sort of I do it. That's exactly what I also do right now with my early game gear. If I have past VODs as well, like in a lot of my VODs, my past ones, I solo PvEing for my contract, so you can see how I do it. I think it's fairly fast for myself. You just have to do the proper rotation. If you go into the PvE Juan Lambo build, I have the rotation in there as well, but the video is probably easier to look at, so that's on my YouTube. But yeah, but no matter what, like wand staff and wand crossbow, like any of those kinds of builds will always have faster solo PvE clears. Like you can't compete with them because the staff and the crossbow just have like really good AOE damage. Especially spammable AoE damage, or at least AoE damage they can put out consistently. Yeah, this is a gear that I currently have on right now, Dang. The pants and cape is not ideally what I would want to have right now, but I'm going the melee evasion range endurance build on my max roll. That's what I'm playing, because I play a lot more small scale in arenas at the moment, so I was building this first. Less arenas now, but normally I would be playing a lot more arenas, like I did on KR. Did you swipe for the World Boss 1? No, I didn't swipe for the World Boss 1. I haven't swiped in this game yet, actually. My guild just gave me the first World Boss 1 that we got. So that's how I got my one. I just got it for free from my guild. Other than that, like the stuff that I have, I got from just making Lucent. So like I got lucky and I got a Bloodlust belt and I sold that for 20k Lucent, and I just sold a bunch of random things for Lucent. So I recommend you do the same thing. Sell things for Lucent because things sell for Lucent a lot right now. So just make your Lucent while you can, is my advice there. That's how I bought a lot of my traits and stuff like that. Besides like the open world dungeon stuff where you can just farm and it's easy, but yeah, easier to make Lucent right now. That's the point I was trying to make. Sorry, one second. Yeah, no worries, Isabella. I also sent Kimmy a message to Isabella as well. She sent me one back. I'm just gonna take a look really quick. Yep. Kimmy said she'll add you to the list, Isabella. She just sent me a DM back. I'm trying to get it. No luck. Oh yeah, it's definitely something you rely more on your guild to get DDF. If not, the trick to it as well is putting together a party of really good damage dealers. And that'll help put you higher on the list for the loot table, so you increase your odds of getting the drop. But use the Aquarius wand before you get that wand. Like you shouldn't. You don't like need that wand to heal. You can just use the Aquarius wand as well, and it's still really good. Rigor with full trait is better than epic gear with one trait, right? So yeah, for the most part, generally yes, Dang. So rare gear that is full traded is better than epic gear that is like one trait, if that epic gear is not a piece of gear that is easily farmable. If that epic gear is something like, for example, that drops a lot from open world dungeons and you can farm a lot of them, so you can get a lot of traits easily, then you should look towards swapping into that epic gear a lot sooner. Simply because of that. If the epic gear is something that takes a lot longer to trade up, right? Like let's say it's for example, a world boss piece of equipment, right? Then you should be waiting to fully, like, you know, to fully swap or transfer into that piece of equipment, and you should be prioritizing the blue equipment that you have. That's more easily farmable. So that's sort of like how you decide on when to transfer into your epics, you know? No, I missed it. Yeah, definitely. Take a look at the video of Faba. It might help you. Hey, Gatito. How's it going? Yesterday, you kind of answered me. I like the full support, but I don't want a wand longbow. Do you think I'd be better as wand? Greatsword, wand staff. Yeah, if you like the full support, but you don't like wand longbow, then I recommend you try wand staff instead, Darth. So I recommend you do that. And that would probably be a lot more enjoyable for you. Yeah, I wouldn't say go into wand greatsword right away, because that's still like a build that's like I don't like know, like there's a lot of like question marks around wand greatsword. Like yes, it's a good build, but there's still a lot of question marks in terms of like, when is it viable? Is it viable with T2 gear specifically? Is it viable with, like, you know, full traded gear? Is it viable with specific types of equipment? Do you need certain breakpoints to make it super viable and stuff like that? Like that's just like all the questions that we still have when it comes to wand greatsword that we haven't thoroughly tested. But like the build itself, yes, is good, and it's obviously good in T2 because that's when it was like tested the most and it was really good. But in terms of T1, it's just understanding when is it viable, or how is it viable exactly. That's sort of a question mark. So someone just needs to bite the bullet and get all the gear for it, and then they can be sort of like the guinea pig for it. For T1 specifically, because we know it works for T2 gear, right? That's like, without a question, it works for T2 gear, absolutely. So yeah. You play also in arena. Yes, I play heals in arena as well. Lava. What is heavy attack chance for stack passive? Heavy attack chance would be magic heavy attack chance. Yeah, sorry, I was answering questions. What? You should make it a command.
Yeah.
Wait, Loki and Shady, do you guys want to do Temple, or do you only want to do Tyrants? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do Temple now. Is it how long? 6 minutes? Do you want to go? You should teleport there now, man. What? You guys didn't ride the wheel. The whale's actually not bad. You can like mass farm Marin ores on the whale and get a bunch of like ores. It's pretty good. I got. Oh, you got the wrong. There's different routes. Do you guys not have the screenshots of the different routes? No, I'll put in yeah, I'm gonna put in TL private. You should this will be helpful. Okay. It's also this is not self promo, it's just where it is. Yeah. Oh, wait 1 sec. Let's remake the party, Shady. I think the whale right now. I think Boyle's asking if the whale goes into the water right now. Where's it coming from? Where's the whale? I don't even see it. Oh, it starts in 4 minutes. I think the one that. I'm not sure which one's coming this time. My guild hasn't gotten an extra one yet, but tons of Trino ones. Oh yeah, that's usually how it goes. Arenas, are there any rewards for achieving higher rating or something? Yes, you do get rewards for achieving the higher ratings, Matthew. That's why there's actually an event right now. Like I think it's the top 3 or something right now in a bunch of different things. But sorry about that. There's an event right now. The top 3 in like a bunch of different activity stuff, including arenas and all that stuff, are gonna receive like ornate coins, like a certain amount of ornate coins and activity points for your guild. That's an event right now. But other than that, like there's just the basic rewards you get for getting top like 10 or whatever it is, depending. I think it's 10 for group and solo queue. So Robots is party-based contribution. Yeah, Robots is party-based contribution, they call me. No worries, Isabella. What happened if we change rare gear with 3 trait to epic gear? If you change a rare gear with 3 trait to epic gear, the traits, the amount of traits that you have on that rare gear will be converted into blessings. And those blessings would be transferred into the epic gear. Dang. Hey, Duke. What's up? How did you get the Sophia neck? The Sophia neck you get from completing the Silius Abyss Codex floor 1 and 2. So complete the floor 1F and 2 and you can select the necklaces here. Are we gimped as well as for Savon or Sawan Sap Lombo? If you're going Sap Lombo, oh, I see what you mean. No, you can play Sap Wand and get a lot of kills. There's a lot of Sap Wand in my guild, for example, that get lots of kills. They play hybrid build. But if you want like actual like kills, Darth, like if you want to go into PvP and get like hundreds and hundreds of kills and like you like that satisfaction, then you should play Sap Longbow. That'll give you that exact satisfaction. How did you retain so much mana by the end of the boss and throwing AAs and 1 or 2 heals max? Oh, I regen mana through Nature's Blessing. I think there's also another Longbow in the party. They probably had Nature's Blessing as well, load-in. So like that, those stacked together, like, and then also Deadly Marker that decreases the cooldown Nature's Blessing, so we can both spam it a lot more often. Is why my mana regen probably wasn't running out so fast in that boss. Oh no, Gatito. Hopefully you didn't mess up too bad. I was trying to get the new waypoint in the whale swim. I couldn't make it. Yeah, there's actually a link. There's a friend of mine on actually put together a really cool article showing the paths of the whales. So I reference that just to know like where the whale's gonna go. It's like pretty helpful actually. I like it. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Contradiction. I appreciate that. How can I farm more green skill books? You can get more green skill books by breaking down blues into greens, and then leveling up the skills you need to level up. Besides that, you can use the ores, or the green ores or green gems you get from various content in the game, and you craft that into green skill books. I don't have any in my inventory right now, but normally you do that. Or you can break down these ores, for example, and do the same thing. How's everyone liking the game? Yeah, I really like the game, Enzo. I think a lot of others are as well. Oh yeah, I try to keep my inventory clean, TX. I can't do dirty inventories. It drives me insane sometimes. Or usually just drives me insane. I'm gonna regroup with my party before this turns into nighttime. Or else I'm probably gonna get jumped. Uh-oh, I'm alone. Did you say you guys went to the boss area, Shady? Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. See if I can use teleporter before it goes out of order. Yeah, I can still use it. Yeah, I have the TP. Right, you guys don't have the TP. There's Excelsior flying towards you guys. Oh, it's a couple of them. Alright, they're fighting down. SNS Wand is more, it can be both. Depends how you play Quadrat. So the skills that you take on your Wand SNS bar can make you more of a frontline, a full frontline tank, or more of like a frontline slash healer. But both of them definitely play the role of like creating clumps for your raid. But it's just the mindset difference. So one has more of a mindset for healing, and one has more of a mindset just hyper focus on frontline tanking. So that's like the main difference between the two. Is it oh, I got the island waypoint on by the whale Isabella. Is it pointless to trade things you'll upgrade anyway? Wait, what does that mean, TX? Is it pointless to trade things you will upgrade anyway? I would not trade things that I wouldn't be using in my endgame build, if that's what you mean. If you're talking about gear that you are going to be using in your endgame build, oh shady so far, please. If you're talking about gear that you would use in your endgame gear, then yeah, I would trade it up for sure. World Boss's party-based contribution does only DPS count on how to... No, heals also count towards World Boss contribution, Nebdol, but obviously DPSing counts a bit more because you could DPS more than you can heal. Yeah, but you have permanent like max mana. Oh, I had permanent max mana because I wasn't... I don't think I was spamming my abilities as much load in because I was talking to you guys in chat. So normally I would like be running out of mana a bit more because I don't have my full mana regen stuff right now. But yeah, I wasn't spamming skills as much as I normally would. I think that's why. I got the will. Get it. What guardian are you using? The guardian I'm using right now is Karma Shia. All healers should be using, or most healers should be using Karma Shia in PvP. Karma Shia gives you a shield, and she also reduces the cooldowns of all your abilities as well while she's up. So she's like the best guardian you should be using. Wand SNS has the alternative of running Ranger in PvP, so they can help create more clumps in the front line. But generally, all healers should be running Karma Shia. It's your best option. Okay, do high contribution parties just get better RNG chance for loot, or is it guaranteed? Like, can I do 5 twos? Yeah, high contribution parties get better RNG for loot, Hamster. So usually you'd want to optimize who's in your party so you have the best the best damage output in that party. That's sort of the trick to field boss gear. Kenji, I'm trying to improve my ability to keep up with chat. I am dealing with 2 chats at the same time, so I think I get some excuse there. But also sometimes when I'm like PvPing at the same time, it's hard to do chat and PvP at the same time. But luckily the PvP is not intense right now, so I can keep up a bit easily. Went to Island for first time today, jumping off with 100 people, all coasting. It was epic. Yeah. Yeah, the island, Ceradome Island is pretty good fun content in this game, especially the nighttime chess PvP. I think eventually when people start to learn the game more and gear up better, the fights will be a lot more competitive. Because right now, obviously, like me and my guild have a lot more knowledge of the game because we played KR, and we geared correctly on KR. So people who are just starting out the game, or they didn't gear correctly on KR and they didn't learn some things, are still learning. And eventually, though, when people learn how to gear properly and they learn how to use their skills and get comfortable with stuff, I think the fights will be a lot more competitive. Obviously, like the gap will close. But right now we're just having fun playing together. The reason, is there a reason why you're bow wand instead of staff wand? Not really a reason why I'm bow wand instead of staff wand. I just like the playstyle of bow wand a bit better than staff wand. I main both on KR. I had separate sets for both, and I played them for a long time. I played cards since like close tests of the game, so that's how I was able to do a lot of the early testing. I missed it, but yeah, I just like bow wand a little bit more. I like the cleric and priest style in games a lot more when I play healers. So that's why I play bow wand first. But I do have a staff wand alt, which I'll be streaming a bit more of later on. Not today, but like later. Today's stream is short because I'm gonna sleep soon. I just wanted to do a late night stream while I do some stuff. Eli, is there any way to swap weapon skills that I leveled into another weapon? No. Oh yes, there is. Use the swap the skill weapon swap scrolls or books, I forgot what they're called. But you can use those to swap weapon skill levels. You cannot swap mastery levels though, unfortunately. Hila, is your PVM game build updated? Yes, the PVM guild is updated thanks to some of my teammates on Maxwell stats. It's really nice of them to help out there. Do you use other weapons for daily contracts? No, I use wand bow for everything in this game. I have a video on there's also a command for it as well. But if you do exclamation point commands, you should be able. There's a command to see the video of how I solo farm on wand longbow and what the combo is for the curse explosion combo. So definitely take a look at that and you can see exactly how it's done. But it's pretty fast. Every single healer can farm relatively fast in Throne of Liberty. Obviously, Staff Wand and Expo Wand are a bit quicker, but all healers can farm relatively fast as solo. Can you do other weapons? Oh, sorry. Hey, Fates, how's it going? Right click on the ability to select walk, then check if you can. Oh, yeah, thanks for helping that person out, guys. Do you have a link for your build? Yes, I do have a link to my builds. I don't know if you can set up commands in on YouTube. That's why there's no commands on YouTube right now. But if you go here and filter to my wand longbow wand stat builds, you can see all of them there. I'm doing good, Vero. How's it going? Could you show your specializations from your build full support, please? Yeah. Check them out here, Heatmito. It'll be easier, but I can show them now briefly. This is what I'm currently running just for this small skill that we're doing, and then this is like on the longbow. Yeah, that's what I currently have set up right now. Oh, where'd everyone go? I'm lost. Oh, easy one up. I already got a chest though, so I'm gonna just chill back here. Yeah. Kind of multitask potty. Do you change your buttons to move, and what keys do you cast your? Do you change your buttons to move, and what keys you use to cast abilities? Oh no, I use WASD to move. If you're looking at my keybinds and you're saying like, how does he do Control E, Control R, the num7 stuff? I have a mouse that has a few reprogrammable buttons. It's a Logitech G502. So I reprogram some buttons on my mouse so I can easily press those weird buttons you see on my skill bar. That's how I press them. I don't have like weird ambidextrous fingers or anything like that. Yeah, no worries, Hagitim. Yeah, there's a bunch running up on guys. I'm gonna try to Oh, nice. I got one guy down. Or like brought him down. Oh, one jump. Snare. No. I didn't make it. Hi, I'm a brand new player, level 15. I was wondering if it's possible to heal random players in the world without being in a party. You can use certain heals to heal outside. You can use certain heals to heal people without being in a party. Sorry, just a second. All single target abilities can be used on people outside your party. So that includes Swift Healing, that includes Healing Touch, that includes Blessed Barrier, that includes Purify as well, Purifying Touch, which you can put a heal on. Also includes Enchanting Time. It also includes the DPS version of Blessed Barrier as well. So you can use all those abilities, even the single version of Invisible Wall, which you hardly ever use, but to just starting out leveling you can. But yeah, those are the abilities you can use on people not in your party or without being in a party. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Mito. Why is sometimes that I can't transfer my blue tier boost level to purple, for instance? So it could be for various reasons why you can't do that, Genji. So if you can't transfer your blue tier boots to your purple weapons, it could be for reasons like you might have put a bit of EXP into that like base purple gear by accident. Right, so you could have put in some EXP into it. So if there's EXP inside a base purple piece of gear, you can't transfer something into it. You could have accidentally traded it as well. So that would prevent you from transferring into it, or leveling a trait prevents you from transferring into it as well. So there's like various things that prevents you. Try to follow your staff one build or something. No worries, Pharaoh. I'm glad it's helpful in some way. He decided to pick the healer class because of you, like your skill and gameplay, but can't decide Wombo or Wanda's Nest. How'd you recommend? Yeah, no worries, Foreign. Thank you. I recommend. Sorry, just making sure there's like nothing going on that I should have been paying attention to. But it depends. There are two different kinds of playstyles. So it's two different play styles. One SNS plays more towards like the front line, so like they're a frontline sort of healer, or they are a frontline healer really. Juan Lambo plays more in like the back line, sort of like mid back. Obviously not furthest back, or should just be an easy target, but they play more towards like the back. Juan Lambo has the most healing throughput in the game, so they have the most quantity of heals. So that's like one of the key differences. So if you like a cleric sort of playstyle or a priest sort of playstyle, Juan Lambo is going to be something that you'd prefer. Juan SNS has really good. Sorry, 1 second. Juan SNS is a live lord, so they're like the hardest build. They're not even the hardest healer, but they're the hardest build in the game to kill. So that's Juan SNS. They have really good party buff, so they can give really good defense buff or an offensive buff. They also provide some good damage mitigation capability, or improve the damage mitigation capabilities of your party. So you can provide a shield to a party mate, for example. Wait 1 second. They were fighting up there, but I think they were good. Where was I? Sorry. I was listening to comms for a second. Someone did something they weren't supposed to do. But yeah, and then Juan SNS, they like have really good, they can create really good clumps for the raids. So they can create like a lot of good plays for the raid to capitalize on as well. And they're also good at killing too. So there's like they just play different roles. And if you join the healer Discord and you go into announcements, the 4th message, I put into like a lot more detail the strengths of each of the healer meta builds and even the 2 off meta builds. So you can take a look at that as well if you wanted to read a bit more into it. Yeah, no worries, Kenji. Hey guys, how to ooh, what does that mean? How to butt a mark like this above someone's head. Oh, how to put a mark like this over someone's head. Yeah, it's in your settings. It's this, I have default, so this will be the same for everyone. Settings, shortcuts, shortcuts. Scroll to the bottom of the shortcuts menu and you'll see them here. The party marker sort of area here. And these are the keybinds for it. These are default keybinds, so this is the same for everyone. And you can change it how you like it. Hey, yourself. How's it going? Got 99. No, I did. Outside. I'm trying to climb up this hill. Is that the final chest? Oh, you could take it. I want to roll for the... Well, I don't... You can just take it. Yeah, well, now I want it. Now that you said that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Nice, nice. Sorry, I was talking in Discord. Yo, my Roge, should I grind Ant's Nest for my elusive trait gear or just do Shadow Crypt Island for mats? I do the higher ones. There's better gear on those in Shadow Crypt and Islands, Cole. So get the gear that you have on Shadow Crypt and Islands. You can probably get other gear that can sell for a lot of elusive right now, so I'll take advantage of that since you're newer. And you can probably do your end game pants. Like, you probably don't even need to do elusive anymore. I think I'm thinking of the right pants when you say elusive. Is rain random in game? No, rain is not random in game. Actually, there's a schedule for rain. We have a rain schedule on Maxwell as well. You just go like here. If you go here on the right side of that on the page, you'll see the rain schedule, and it's laid out pretty nicely as well. And you can change it to whatever region you're in. There's the rain schedule for NA West. We have the rain schedule for West, South America, Europe, and Japan right now. But yeah, it's always on a set time. So it's good to know that for Temple. Sanctum Desire. When you are not busy later, would you mind showing me how to heal around the person in the open world? I right click to the target person, but when I press something, I'm healing myself. Oh, that's because you didn't set up your settings, Rada. So the settings that you're missing. Are we rolling right now? Oh, I hate this. I lost. Sorry about that. But yeah, so what you need to do, Dre, go to settings, gameplay, controls, turn on oh sorry, telling you the wrong thing. Oh yeah, actually that can be for different things, Dre. So it depends. Where are you trying to heal them? Are you trying to heal them in like an event? Is that where you're trying to heal them? Because there's different reasons why that might be happening. So if you let me know where it's happening, I can tell you probably why it's happening. The skill damage boost applied to heals. Yeah, skill damage boost does apply to heals, Wakanda. Hey, how did you get to Sword on my island waypoint the first time? I did it through the whale, Empt. I just rolled the whale and I got to Sword on my island. If you want to know which path the whale's gonna take, I'd use this helpful article here just to figure that out. Wherever the whale enters from, it'll take that path. On consoles, it's so hard to constantly change the ally. Yeah, I know. That's the issue with console right now. I'm assuming they'll fix it because there's a lot more console players right now with the global launch, Plana. So I just wait for them to improve that for you. Hey, what skills should I use in Arena 3v3 as wand staff? I actually have an arena build on my wand staff PvP build, Christian. I'll link that for you just a second. Yeah, I have what I use there. If you're like wondering as well, like the arena, the first place ranked arena person is a staff wand right now. It's Maddie Ha. That's my guildmate. Maddie Ha's using my melee evasion build on my max roll right now, and he's also using the same arena build on my max roll as well. So if you're wondering what Maddie's doing as a healer to be rank 1, he's using what's on the max roll right now. So yeah. If you're wondering the effectiveness of those builds and the skill builds and stuff like that, it's the same thing I used on KR when I got top 100. And it's the same thing Maxwell's using as rank 1 right now on NA East specifically. Wait, look, what did you say about my fashion? It's flashy? Oh. Oh yeah, I think that's a bug. Nice, nice. I have 3,900 tokens, so I have a lot of runs. I need to do them. Hey, that sounds good. Yeah, yeah. Hey Trey, what's up? No worries, Amped. And no worries, Christine. Oh, pay attention. I think these are all tanks. I'm just gonna put on this really quick slow. Tom has marker on him. Easy kill. You have kill Tom. Easy. Pajama has marker. Shady. Aw. Yeah. Yeah, I was able to change servers division. I got really lucky. On my I was working from home today, and on my lunch break, I was able to get the quick swap. Getting my footing in the game, dude. Thanks for taking the time. It's fun. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun feeding. No problem. I'm glad it's the guys have been helpful. I couldn't tell if it was an event. I was walking past a person as they were fighting a monster. They were dying, and I had healer brain. Oh, I see. Yeah, you should have been able to heal that person, Dre, unless they were like. So one of the things too is if that person was in combat and you weren't in combat, then it wouldn't let you heal them because they weren't in your guild. So that's like some weird. That's another weird thing with the game, is it Oh, 1 second. They're asking me something in cups. We're doing temple. Yeah, temple. Temple. Okay. Wait. Oh, I see. No, nothing. Who else was coming to temple? Did I get everyone? Is Grim gonna come temple or is Grim gonna escape? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it could have been. It could likely was that Dre's that they were in combat and you were in combat. So you weren't able to heal them. Yeah, the only time where that doesn't apply is if the person was in the same guild as you. You can heal them whenever. It's a weird thing that the game does. I hope they change. Because it doesn't make that much sense, to be honest with you. And a recheck. These guys don't really need healing. Well, how did you get so many mana potions? I got mana potions just from buying them from the guild shop. Yeah, you buy it from the guild shop merchant in like most towns and cities. You can find them there, Jor. Oh, is there a Discord sound? Sorry, let me put on. Oh yeah, there's a. Sorry, I forgot. I didn't realize. There we go. I put on streamer mode. I forgot that I turned off streamer mode. I feel like I blocked the sound of Discord sounds. I'm like numb to them now. Because they used to be like so annoying and I just got like so used to them. Probably not a good thing, but yeah. So you shouldn't hear the Discord sound anymore. That was my bad. Friendly targeting friendlies is very odd in TL on PC as well. Percentage was a pain after changes friendly targeting. Yeah, friendly targeting. I do have a settings video, like a very recent settings video that I posted on like the first day of global launch, with like the day one global settings. That's what I used to make it. So check that video out to see the sort of more updated global settings I use, and a lot of those setting recommendations that I make are helpful for healing and targeting. But when it comes to friendly targeting in general, I think it comes more to like understanding when friendly targeting sort of works and when it like doesn't, because the game does weird restrictions on friendly targeting for weird reasons, really. So hopefully they change that. But so you have to be in combat, number one, when you're trying to heal someone that's outside of your guild. So that's like a restriction. Another restriction is if you're talking about like events, like if you're in a faction event, right, for example, and you're trying to heal someone outside of your party on the same faction as you, and technically they should be friendly, right? But the game will still count them as a hostile if they're on your guild's hostile list, or if they're not a part of your alliance list. So like that's something I really don't like, that I hope they change about events, because that was also the same thing on KR. But hopefully they change it now with global launch, because I'm assuming more people are just complaining about how that's annoying. When it comes to friendlies as well, like when it comes to targeting people in my party, I use party buttons to target people in my party. So party button numbers 1 to 6 is what I use. And when it comes to targeting people outside of my party, I usually just click. So that's how I do it, and I'm just used to that. What else? What other tips? Another tip I have is turning off like unnecessary icons. So like If you go to settings, go to character and then, or sorry, under, oh, character, is it character? Yeah, under character, go to show character name. Turn off whatever you don't feel like you need on your screen. So like I usually just keep on hostile guild markers, and I just keep on guild and alliance names, nameplates and names and all that stuff. That way it reduces the amount of like clutter on my screen, so it's easier to click people. If you find even that still annoying, use Astral Vision, and it will select people around you, like up to 12 people around you, and you can just have less clutter on your screen using that and just selecting those folks to heal, including the folks in your party as well. Oh, that's for Loki stream. I like this. Someone says no, sword, wand, shield, use visa. No, Loki doesn't stream. But I can ask some questions if you have any questions. I've been playing with Loki since like the launch of Throne and Liberty as well, so we've been playing together in the same static for quite a while. So I also know a lot about his builds if you have questions about that. But if you have questions for him, I can like ask them for you. We're in comms together right now. As Kin said, would recommend to me the rank. Yeah. You're muted them. Sorry about that. Eli, you bought anything from Zenith Star Shop? No, I didn't buy anything from Zenith Star Shop yet. What I would probably buy though, when I eventually do buy something from a shop, I'll probably buy the 1 second. I probably buy the contract scrolls first. I buy these, the 3, and then I start working on the 30s. That's what I'd buy first. Eli, I'm following your bow wand guide and got the bits of my Primal King. Should I transfer my +9 blue piece, or should I unlock traits on the blue bracelet first? No, you should use. You can use Primal King bracelet. Harlan, and congrats on getting it. Eli, I'm at the end of the mid game melee evasion build for longbow staff. Any recommendations on what to prioritize going into the late game? You're at the end of the mid game melee evasion build for longbow staff. Yeah. Luckily, the melee evasion builds are pretty easy to get. Is there like something popped up on my screen? I don't know what that was. Luckily the melee evasion builds are pretty easy to get. Amped. I just want to make sure. Was it gonna? Did that say that there's gonna be like a? Nah. But we'll see. Thought something popped up on my screen. Sorry about that. But yeah, the melee evasion endgame builds are pretty easy to get. Work on the pants, work on the boots. Those come from co-op dungeons. If you want to choose like a co-op dungeon to run first, you can do Tyrant's Isle first. There's stuff in here that you can sell in terms of additional drops. And you can do Temple of Slaughter next. And then when it comes to open world dungeon stuff, there's not really a lot of open world dungeon stuff in the endgame build. Like you can go for the gloves, and then besides that, you can just go for things that you make money. Really. I didn't fall. That was actually my fault. No, I had a cooldown. Sorry, I should probably take the Nature's Blessing before that. too late now, but I probably should have took the Mutual Blessing after that. Oh, that's bad. Everything's dropping as melee endurance. Live your mid-game melee vision build up. Yeah, let me know if I answer your question. I think I was like answering it as I was like looking at the boss at the same time. So, yeah, let me know if I did. Hey, I'm following your Bow Wand guide and got the place as a Primal King drop. Should I transfer my +9 into this? Yep, I would transfer it, Sebby. The answers answers it then. I was in the comment. Thanks. Oh, yeah, no worries, Ray. I got the island waypoint. Nice. Thanks, Isabella. I think the HP and mana bars are quite similar in terms of color. I find it hard sometimes to check teammates' HP. Yeah, I can see that, Shadow. I would say the big issue would be that the bars on the party frame are not updated in real time, and sometimes people are lower than. Oh, that's true, Nabs. That is a thing, which is a little really it is annoying as well. Not being able to heal someone in a random PvE interaction seems like a not intended interaction. Certainly, if I heal someone in combat, I am fully awake, it will put me into combat. Yeah, you would think that, Vision, but it doesn't actually do that. I used to think it does, and then someone recently like corrected me and said that it doesn't do that. But I could have sworn it did that on KR, but it doesn't do that right now. So it is weird. I agree with you, Vision. Thoughts on poison for Wand Dagger Curse Bombing? I don't think you need it for Wand Dagger Curse Bombing, Keo. Like, it's not going to make or break your bombs. Wand Dagger Curse Bombing right now will kill people who are undergeared. So there's that. But also, you can make you can add some things to your gear set to increase the damage output. Like, you won't be one-shotting people at endgame who are properly geared. Like, that won't happen with T1 gear. It can happen with T2 gear, but it won't happen right now. But you will kill a lot of people, because a lot of people right now, Keo, don't know how to gear 1, or they're just undergeared. So you're gonna kill a lot of people regardless for like the entire duration of T1 until we transition into T2. But when you go into T2, you'll have like a little bit more easier time killing people, because there's T2 gear that benefits bombing as well. It's still always gonna be like a skill ceiling thing, but yeah. Should do some open world farming. Oh, thanks for the subs, Abby. I appreciate that. And you too, Duke. I missed that. I missed your sub a while ago, so thank you, Duke. I could do some open world dungeon if you want to. Yeah, I could do some if you want to, if you have tokens. Open world. You need anything? I can just island. I have 20k too. That's why we should probably use them. GG's. Which one are we gonna do you guys want to do? We can do any of them. I have a lot of contracts too. Alright. Is your dungeon build linked on any website that you're currently using? Yeah, I have my PvE build Anderson on my Maxroll. I can put the general link in the chat. Just a second, let me grab it. Here you go. So if you just filter to my Wand Staff Wand Longbow builds, you'll find them there. Yeah, I noticed HP value is not always accurate. Yeah, they are very weird. They'll need to do some update there, so I can see those updates coming soon. With the global launch, they'll probably be quicker with those. Is there any guideline on switching from blue to purple gear, or should I just switch whenever I get up as purple? Yes, there is Elysium. I think the general guideline, the most important one, if the purple gear piece that you're wanting to swap to is something that's easily farmable, like from an open world dungeon, then swap to it. If it's not, you should wait. Hi there. If it's possible, could you please show me the healer mix debuff optimized build for Staff 1, including specialization? I have searched many buildings, but they miss spec and out meta. Please show me the healer mix debuff optimized build for Staff 1. Can you explain that a little bit more, Son? Like what you're looking for? You said you're looking for the healer mix debuff optimized build for Staff 1. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I do have my, if you want, you can check first. Yeah, check my, you can check my Wand Staff Max Roll Zone and see if it's there. And then maybe just misunderstanding the kind of build that you're asking for. Hey Kizzy, how's it going? Or KY, hey KY. How come you don't use Healing Touch in dungeons? I use Healing Touch in dungeons, Duke. It just depends on the dungeon. Like if it's Temple, I usually would put Healing Touch for that boss. I just forgot. So that was my own fault. But normally for like dungeons, I don't have to always use Healing Touch. Like if I'm in a party, like the party I was just in with my guildies, like they know the mechanics, so like normally I don't have to use Healing Touch. But if we're in a party in a dungeon like Temple, where there's just a lot of damage output, especially in early game gear, I should be putting it on. I just forgot to put it on there because I was like reading chat and doing other things. That was my own fault. The answer is science. Oh, no worries, man. So is it trading blues before going to purple is not worth it? I saw on Reddit that people were saying the blessing makes it worth it, but I don't know. I feel like I just want the purples, but scared I want to. So is trading blues before going to purple not worth it? Trading blues before going to purple is worth it if is a purple piece of equipment you're trying to trade savvy is like something that's not easy to get. Hi, I've been following your Wand Staff build. I've been following your Wand Staff build. I've been following your Wand Staff build. Farm mostly Cave of Destruction. Oh, did I miss your other question, Fizzle? Or or I'm just not there yet? Oh, I'm not there yet. Hold on. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Fizzle. I appreciate that. Many people are gonna do work for us. Bill Farm was cave, didn't get a single one of them. Hi, I've been following your Wand Staff build, farm mostly cave. Didn't get a single one of those 2 pieces I need there. Should I keep doing it if I already moved around? Should I keep doing it even if I already have around 30 tokens running Fufu? I would normally try to keep doing. We can go. Yeah, let's go down. I'll go to the back. What's the back? Oh, far south. Oh, inside the cave. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. I would keep spamming cave Miogoa or Mioga. I'd keep spamming cave until I get like the wand at least before I move on, because that wand will be very important for increasing your base damage, which will increase your DPS and also your heals, depending on the content that you're doing. Any strats on 3v3 using wand staff? I have an arena build on my max roll, my PvP wand staff. I think some of the tips is sleep the healer. One, bind any sort of like melee, so it'll just restrict them from movement, which is like really key into just stopping them. Unloading your burst combo into the same targets that your other DPS are focusing, just so you can just like instantly kill people. Usually when you do that, when you bind someone and usually get off, like you might have Icy Mire on, so you reduce someone's evasion by like 415 as well. You should I need to swap to like my solo farm build. I have the wrong build on it now. My third tab is my boss build. I didn't change it back to my solo farm build because they're restricted to 3 builds. Ran on any. But what else? Sorry, I have to like listen to Discord at the same time. The person dying. But yeah, doing stuff like that, and just like practicing how to like rotate your heals properly, so like understanding the healing combos, and when I say healing combos, just understanding how to stack your buffs, your healing buffs, so you can just min-max your healing output that way as well. What is he doing? I'm gonna change to my AoE farming build, Loki, because I have the wrong build on. It's like single target stuff. Yeah, there's like some things you can do to help with 3v3. Your dungeon build linked on any website that you are currently using. Yeah, my dungeon build's on my Max Roll Fizzle. If you go to the PvE version though, don't go to the PvP version. Go to the PvE version, you'll see like all the dungeon builds, the solo AoE farm builds, and all that stuff. How far are we from T2 gear and where do you get it from? T2 gear, we're getting T2 dungeons next month in November, but the T2 gear, the T2 armor is specifically not going to be in the T2 dungeons, but likely the T1 accessories and the T1 capes in those T2 dungeons will be in there, so you can get those. But the T2 armor will not be in there. We probably won't get those to like the new year, Andre. I really like to learn how do you your key handles and your shortcuts. Yeah, my key handles and my shortcuts. I have it in my latest settings video if you want to look at that, and you can see how I set up my shortcuts. But it might not work for you because I use a Logitech G502 mouse to rebind buttons. That's why I have like weird buttons on my skill bar. So it might not work for you. But I do have a settings video that shows like all my settings on my YouTube. It's like the latest video. You've been using Wand Lombo, guys, and want to say thanks. Yeah, no worries, T. Well, I'm currently following your Wand Dagger build. Oh, I didn't do the Wand Dagger build. That was my friend Nim. But I did review the gear. So it should be a pretty good guide to follow. There's also multiple people who looked it over just to make sure it was good. Hi, I'm following your Safwan PvP build, and it's nice, but the problem I got is I want to do PvP too. So I think having 2 builds now in early game is hard. Can I make PvE content with PvP builds? Yes. You do not need PvE gear right now to do PvP, or you do not need PvE gear right now to do PvE content. So it is, you can do PvE content with PvP gear. Yeah, like, thanks for the awesome content as always. Yeah, no worries, Mark. Appreciate your kudos there. Does field bosses give prize randomly or to party? Yes, it's to people. It's to party to do the most damage and healing Terran. So the more damage and healing that you do in your party contributes to your chances of getting boss loot or the boss loot. What's the late game basically? Late game is a mix of PvE and PvP. There's just a lot of things to do at late game. There's like hourly events. There's like 5+ events that happen like hourly, usually during prime time, and you can do a bunch of those events, choose what you want to do. There's like co-op kind of events. There are PvE events. There's PvP events. There's also GVG events. There's also Boonstone, Riftstone wars. There's Siege. There's cross server wars as well that we're getting as in like a couple weeks. And there's also nighttime PvP. So there's in-game PvP as well. There's also like on Cerdomo Island, there's like content where you fight over chests in PvP that give rewards that are pretty valuable as well. And there's also arenas that are spammable. They're adding battlegrounds as well pretty soon, and those are going to be 50v50 battlegrounds, so just mimic wars. But those are going to be something you can queue into. And there's a bunch of other things that I'm just like missing. There's like dungeons, of course. There's challenge mode dungeons, which are ranked, that come with T2 dungeons. There's Gate of Infinity, which is sort of like Chaos Dungeons and Lost Ark, if you ever did those. Or actually, they're not. that was like I was thinking of the wrong thing. I'm thinking of open world dungeons are like Chaos Dungeons, but the Gate of Infinity is just like a solo boss that you have to do on your own, and it's timed and it's ranked and stuff like that. But there's a bunch of things, and I'm missing a bunch of other stuff. But there's a bunch of stuff to do at endgame. Sorry, just gonna swap my builds before I get called out for taking too long for swapping my builds. But in reality, I'm just talking to chat. One second. Hi, like, how much percent is better, the Excavator Wand versus the Curious? I want to max the Curious Wand. I like the passive. Want to know how much percent I'm losing using the Curious full max versus the Curious Wand. Excavator Wand, you don't lose anything, Moskar. If you get the Excavator Wand to +9, it has higher base damage already than the Curious Wand. The base damage is what increases your heals pretty much primarily when it comes to your wands. So having Excavator Wand that's not traded is still going to do more healing than a Liquarius Wand because the base damage is higher. And also the skill on the Excavator Wand is something that the Liquarius Wand doesn't have. So you'll just do more healing with Excavator Wand. Yeah, no worries, Ross. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I see your Wombo PvP build has Carnix and PV has 2 big. Is it because of the strength PvP? Yeah, for stuff like that, like the Carnix build is more oriented for PvP and the 2-Bucks build is more oriented for PvE. Carnix build just provides that survivability that 2-Bucks build doesn't. 2-Bucks cooldown speed also in this game has extremely hard diminishing returns. Like building past 33% cooldown speed is really not worth it. You start to lose more than 10% of the actual cooldown speed you're investing into. So that's just not worth it compared to getting a stat that doesn't have the same sort of hard diminishing return. I noticed all your builds ignore Dex. 30 Dex looks juicy for throughput. It's just unrealistic if you want to min-max the pump heals. Yeah, you can. There's you normally don't need to get the 30 Dex, especially for Lombo, because the Lombo Sniper Sense passive gives you like about 500 extra critical chance. So 500 extra critical chance on top of the about like 400 that you have at base gets you to like about 800-900 critical hit chance, and that's all you need, because it's hard diminishing returns also on critical hit chance. So like 1,000 critical hit chance is not 100% critical hit chance. It's only 50% critical hit chance. That's usually where people stop around. And 800 critical hit chance is like 46% critical hit chance. So there's just breakpoints that you just have to learn about each of the stats and know which ones to hit. When enhancing a purple item trait with another purple item is a guaranteed success. Yes, it is. Any viable Expo wand PvP build. I like the field of Expo as primary weapon in PvP, but so little defense staying power compared to dagger as an Expo zap. Any viable Expo wand PvP? No. Expo wand is only viable in 1v1s arenas and very, very small scale PvP. It's not viable in large scale PvP because you do nothing to contribute to your raid or your party in terms of survivability or setting up kills. Your only thing is that you're more of like a selfish healer because you just care about your own survivability because you contribute nothing to anyone else. But if it is something that I like to play on KR when I was doing like 1v1 and small scale stuff. Okay, one sec. I'm getting called out. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. All right. Okay. How's my bed? I was looking at chat and then I took too long. This guy hijacked my party. There's like a lot of questions so like I'm just like I end up sitting there just like reading them and then I lose. Yeah. Yeah. This guy took my party. That's crazy. Well, it was my fault. I was like reading chat. I wasn't really looking at the stuff. Yeah, I think so. Fine for me. was also trying to rush to fix my skill bar too. I'm like missing one skill on my skill bar. Alright. Oh yeah, I already did it when you did it. It counted for me for some reason. Alright, we're not. Yeah, let's try this again. Where was I? Managing provide it's guaranteed to succeed. Yes, it's guaranteed to succeed. Any viable Expo wand PvP build, I feel like the Expo primary. Oh, I already answered that one. Yeah, back to the cave yoga. Anyone figure out how to remove notification contracts in guild chat by chance? I think if you are you talking about the stuff in like that pops up in chat? I think if you just click the settings, the gear icon, there might be an option here to turn it off. It should be under like system, I think, or something like that. I think. Don't quote me. That's just my like guess on where it would be if I were to guess. Hold on. I'm missing a skill too. Guess I was muted. Yeah, I'm muted. Oh, okay. You can go do it in the main area. Anyone figure out how to remove notifications? Oh yeah, just answer that. So you know when we can do more builds like Korea only 3. I'm not sure how they're gonna do it here, Mark. We're sort of just like waiting and seeing. I think someone just did it. Right? I think so. I think so. Oh. Aren't there other ones? Actually, I don't know where they are. Oh, there's back. Is it back? No, it's not. You guys get the bug where your camera changed automatically? No, I haven't gotten that bug before, Caspa. Since Weapon Mastery is only triggered for the weapon you are holding, how can we benefit from the wand? As I noticed, we are running with the bow 99% of the time. No, yeah, so Shadow. Sorry, I think, he said the heel booped. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, Shadow, the masteries of a weapon always apply to the weapon they belong to. So the wand masteries will always apply to wand skills, even if it's in your offhand. So like if you're using the wand healing abilities, the you know, the wand curses, anything like that from the wand, it will always apply the masteries from the wand will always apply to those abilities when you use them, even though the wand's in the offhand. So like that's how masteries works, and it does that for every single other weapon. There are some stuff that are persistent. If you join the healer Discord, if you go to the masteries thread in the healer Discord, I show you some of the things I tested. I'll show you some of the things I tested of stats that persist. If you're curious what persists, but nothing that is like relevant really to your gameplay. But yeah, so because of that, you should be keeping the weapon out that gives you the best defensive masteries, because that's how masteries work. Because of how masteries work. So that would be Lombo in the case of Wand Lombo. Should I use all Lombo skills with zero? Sorry, let me do something. Should I use all Lombo skills with 0 curses for a single target, or target explosion combo to do more with staff, scepter, and snipe? The curse explosion combo would be the curse explosion combo in combination with staff abilities. If you're talking about solo bosses and stuff like that, would be best to do in like Gate of Infinity and stuff like that. So that's what you're wondering. If you go to my wand staff PvE build on Max Pro Sunset, you can see the builds that I would use in each of those different scenarios, like solo AoE DPS, solo boss DPS, early game dungeons, late game dungeons, like all that stuff is on my Max Pro, and you can like reference that to get an idea. And those are the builds that do the most DPS output that I've tested on KR. Hey Juvian, how's it going? What's your preference, evasion or endurance? I like melee evasion, range endurance build for Wand Lombo. Mainly because I do a lot more small skill on arenas. Normally I would do arenas when I have the time, but yeah, that's why I usually prefer those builds. Hi, does your heavy attack pay off in a sleep bomber? Sort of. Your dots can heavy attack, right? So because your dots can heavy attack, that increased damage you get from a dot heavy attacking would also factor into your curse explosion damage. But other than that, like it's not like you're not going to be like pushing for more heavy attack than the ones that everyone gets, right? You get heavy attack from 50 strength, you get heavy attack from your 2 weapons, and then you can get 100 heavy attack from the middle row of wand, but that's like the extent of heavy attack that you can build. But understand also that heavy attack also has hard diminishing returns like most other stats. So like for example, if you're already at 20% heavy attack, 100 additional heavy attack at 20% heavy attack is not 10% additional heavy attack, it's 6% heavy attack. So you lose out on 4% heavy attack. So that just gives you an idea on how hard the diminishing returns start to hit on heavy attack. It starts to hit pretty hard. I used to have a list on the scaling of heavy attack diminishing returns, but I don't know where that is right now. But it's like somewhere in I think my guild Discord should be somewhere in there. Can I use the same range magic evasion from Lombo Dagger on Wand Dagger? Yeah, you can use the same one, Danky. Do you know why the doors are not opening to the Sanctum of Desires? Because it's not raining. It needs to rain for the doors to open. I just saw that someone else answered you as well. Yeah, thanks for helping out there. I'm not on the Eternal server. I'm on Asmo? It's Asmo, right? So I'm on Asmo right now. I'm gonna just change that right now. I'm on Asmo. I updated that command, so it shows the correct server that I'm on. I'm waiting for Rylock and Nim to share with me the secret tech to how they do the Gate of Infinity so fast. Yeah. I don't know if they record their Gate of Infinity. I don't know if they're ever gonna record their Gate of Infinity as well. They probably just like min-max their skill usage and like their curse explosion combo usage. So it'll be similar to like how most wands would do Gate of Infinity and rank high. Dagger just has like more offensive buffs, so their damage will be more. So they would be able to do a little bit more quicker clears compared to a lot of other healer builds. But wand staff is pretty fast. It's also in clearing Gate of Infinity, which makes sense because staff is like very strong. What's your preference for PvP, endurance or evasion? I play melee evasion range endurance right now. Hele is just buff duration trait on my purple wand. Is that usable? What purple wand is it, Paradal? If it's the Liquarius wand, then you should use it. Even if you have a blue wand, just use it, because the base damage is going to increase your healing by a lot, as well as your damage. So it's just worth using, even if it's just like a single trait. Just get it to +9. As long as you get it to +9, don't like have a +0, like purple Aquarius wand or whatever. I see your Wombo PvP bloods Carnix and PvP has 2 books just because of strength to HP. Yeah, Spicy. So I'm not sure if I answered that already. Did you ask that twice? But the Carnix has just stats that are more beneficial in PvP for survivability. The 2-Blex is more of a PvE weapon because it's just for cooldown speed and damage. But it offers no survivability, which is more important. Cooldown speed has hard diminishing returns, so you should never overstack cooldown speed or you're just wasting stats. Usually past 33% cooldown speed, you're already losing 10% of cooldown speed. That's something to keep in mind. It's like 11% of cooldown speed, so you're already losing 11% of cooldown speed. So you're losing a lot of cooldown speed for sacrificing like really important stats that have less diminishing returns. So you always want to balance. This game's about balancing stats. Always. Hey goes hey Ogu. Hey Ogu, how's it going? Building past 32% golden speed is not worth it. Yeah, no worries, Spicy. Following your Sap 1 guy, and it says Dex versus 30, I thought. Yeah, some of my Sap 1 builds are able to get 30 Dex, and I put that there as something that you should reach. Oh, I just saw Loki popped in here and said, "Wake up." Hey, so I ran the Cave of Destruction literally like 12 times and haven't gotten the wand. Should I start doing other dungeons for the pity system? I would get the wand and then move on to another dungeon, Matthias. Oh, thanks for the bits, Fizzle. I appreciate that. Is your PvE dungeon build I asked earlier? Is this your PvE dungeon build I asked earlier? Let me see. Double check, Fizzle. Is that my PvE dungeon build? Oh, the link wasn't working. For what you linked. But I can link it. Hold on, Fizzle. This is my PvE dungeon gear, Fizzle. Let me know if that link works. Then I can max the Curious Wand instead of Excavator because I'm only losing the same health. Yeah, you can max the Curious Wand as well if you don't intend on getting Excavator soon. Then you should max the Curious Wand, especially if your guild's not gonna like beat it to you. Do people level a third type of weapon while free to play, like a dagger skilled up for your SNS wand also? It's easy to enhance a third weapon, but it's harder to level the skills of a third weapon, so that's something to keep in mind. People do enhance the third weapon, but they usually just enhance it, and then they keep it in the inventory or the storage, and they work on the skills as well on the side. Because most people don't like push the skills super hard. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's the skills that are harder to level for a third weapon than it is to like enhance it. And then trading is also the next thing that's hard. But trading like is less important. It's more the skills, because that's gonna give you your bigger damage boost. Doesn't matter which of the two weapons are in which hand. Yes, it matters which of the two weapons are in which hand. You want to keep the weapon in your main hand that gives you the best the defense that give you the better defensive masteries. If you join my Discord, just join my Discord and go to the FAQ section, go to the masteries thread, and you can read about that. Read about it there, Joe. Doesn't matter which of the two weapons are in which, and you can. Oh, sorry, not Joe. Limited is the one who asked that question. My bad. Doesn't matter which of the two weapons. Oh, sorry, I read that. Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys are really helpful and help me a lot. Yeah, no worries, Terry. Appreciate you for reading them, and I'm glad that they're helpful. Sorry if my speech is like a little weird. I'm like listening to trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything in comms, and also just reading chat at the same time. Is Dagger Wand good? Yeah, Dagger Wand is really good. Is it? Yeah, I woke up for that one. Is Dagger Wand I think it's just that one. Yeah, Dagger Wand's a good build. It plays a specific role. If you join the healer Discord, go to announcements. The fourth message that's pinned in announcements goes over all of the different meta builds, including the off meta builds and what their strengths are in a nice list form. So that will help you understand sort of like how they're good, essentially. Doesn't matter which of the two weapons are. Bro, our open world monster drop set to like 0.0 some shit. I was trying to. Yeah, if you're farming the open world mobs, it's a lot. Like the drop rate is very very low of $1. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, the drop rates are very very low for the open world mobs, unfortunately, compared to like open dungeon mobs. Like the open dungeon mobs, obviously, as you can see, the drop rates are very very high. But the drop rate for open world mobs, like ones that are not open world dungeons, it's like regular mobs, are pretty low. But they do drop, and it's just very RNG. Like I've had guildies who farmed like the open world mobs and got like 6 of the drops that they wanted from the mobs that they're grinding. So it's just like RNG, like that typical RNG stuff. Oh yeah, Fizzle, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so I'm like reading both chats. That's why there's like sometimes I'm reading stuff and you're just like, where is he reading that? It's like I'm reading 2 chats at the same time. And I'm also catching up on the chat. I'm a little bit behind on it. Yeah, catching up. So you need to put, yeah, I know I need to put the Twitch overlay chat, or I need to put the Twitch chat overlay, or to set that up. That'll probably be helpful for sure. And I'll do that after this stream, especially after getting my party stolen. Attack speed doesn't really benefit wand healer, right? Attack speed does benefit wand healer a little bit. It speeds up your cast speed, so attack speed also increases your attack speed. So that's something where it's where it can be helpful. It also just speeds up general animations as well. So that's where it can also be a bit helpful. But yeah, just like small little like sort of improvements that it does. Yeah, it's not something that I'll like hyper focus on, but it's just like it's nice when you can get it. Okay, fully committed to endurance. One option I have if I want to swap out longbows. So 1 plus X. Committed to endurance. What option I have if I want to swap out longbow? Why would you want to swap out longbow? You'd want to use Karnix bow, Lomita. Well, like if you're playing wand longbow, you always just use Karnix bow for PvP. Is Dagger wand good, and what's the optimal curse bomb build setup? Dagger wand's good if you want a bomb. The gear setup is different. I don't have it on hand right now. If you DM me, I can like just like DM you the pieces. Just join the Healer Discord. You can just send me a DM, and I can send you like the sort of like pieces after the stream. If and when does mana become? I think also if you go to the wand dagger max roll build, there's a bomber skill build there at least. I don't know if there's bomber gear, but I think there's a bomber skill build that's there. If and when does mana become less of an issue as a bow wand healer? It becomes less of an issue when you get 620 base mana regen. Once you get 6 base mana regen before buffs, once you pop your mana potion and your mana food, mana regen is like not an issue. Even at like about 600, like in the 590 600s and before buffs, this also feels like not too bad either. There's like tricks you can use to get there like a little like sooner, so you can run the Supreme Devotion Cloak, or you can run the Regal Ring. Those will like help you. I'm gonna move the chat over my game really quickly. This might be helpful. Oh, never mind. The chat disappears when I click on my game. Yeah, that's not helping. Can I just like do this? This game has some silly community interaction issues. Can't heal random players and all this. I get kicked from Japanese guild because they don't want to deal with English speaking players. I can't join your guild. Yeah, you can find that kind of like weird community stuff for sure. But hopefully you find a guild that you can like, you know, get along with and like a nice community. I'm not on the Japanese servers, but I know on the Korean servers there's like similar things that other players are experiencing like that. But yeah. Thanks for your guys. I'm enjoying the builds. Yeah, no worries, Pyro. Thanks for enjoying them. Yes, this is a global server, Luan. Can we use a full healing build in the arenas, or is it recommended because we only use the cruiser? Yeah, I wouldn't use the full healer builds in the arenas. I do have arena builds that you can like customize based on like sort of what you want to do. But I wouldn't use the full arena building the arena. Any other way that the whales get to the waypoint on island? No, you have to use the whale anarchy. Does skill damage boost apply to healing? Yes, skill damage boost applies to healing Wakanda. Bonus damage does not apply to healing. Yes, it does not. How the fuck you get so many masteries? You lie. Yeah, you get a bunch of masteries from all the masteries that I have right now. I got them from simply doing my contract scrolls or contract resistance stuff. My those dailies. That's how I got my masteries. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only place I got them from. Oh, and also some of the codexes that you can do, the exploration codexes, give you the tiers that you can use to level your masteries. Oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way, Lumita. Appreciate that. I just noticed that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there a sweet spot for CDR? Yeah, the sweet spot for CDR is like 30 to 33% if you want to really build it that high. But you don't, like, Juan Lamo doesn't need that high, like, CDR right now in T1. In T2, it's easier to, like, build CDR without sacrificing your defenses. But in T1, you're okay with, like, lower CDR. Like, it's not going to... it's not going to be... Oops, push the miles away. Why did you do that? Cool. But, yeah, it's not that big a deal right now. In T2, it's going to be a lot easier just to raise that CDR a lot higher while, like, having high defenses at the same time. Or defense traits, that is. Other than Twitch, where are you getting all these questions? Other questions? YouTube, Fizzle. That's where I'm also getting them. Doing, like, double stream. Oh, now CJ. Hey, CJ. How's it going? Anyone know how... anyone know how I use Miski's mine are about to expire? Yeah, you go to, like, all around the world, there are Mystic Globes, Mystic Portals. You can see them on the minimap. They're pretty big icons for the globes. You interact with those globes. Use the keys to interact with those globes. Go to, like, the level 50 areas. You'll see a lot more globes in those areas. Also, the Ant Cave area also has, like, globes, but I wouldn't go there. It's, like, pretty annoying to do the globes there. But, like, going to Phonos Basin, Pure Light Tower area, or the Shadow Temple areas are, like, really good areas for globes. Like, they're pretty easy ones there. Oh, I see what you mean, Iceman. I gotcha. What was that dungeon that opened only during rain? Yeah, that is the Sanctum Desire that opens only during rain, Caspa. It's near the Malakar boss spawn. Yeah, it's like pretty empty. The old way to enter the island too. Yeah, no worries, Joe. Jesus, guy on the server just got the Shock Commander chestplate from the Abyss selection crate. Did you get that already? Chestplate from an Abyss selection crate. How did you get that? Oh yeah, you can get that because what people are doing, which I didn't do, but like some people are doing, is you can actually dismantle these scrolls. And when you dismantle these scrolls, they give you these Ally Force seals, and you can craft these Ally Force seals into a specific scroll you want. So that's what people were doing to get more scrolls for specific dungeons, for a specific dungeon. Do you have any video of you playing Arena? I do have like some like clips on KR right before any launch of me playing Arena. But those clips I gave to Maxwell to put into like a PvP video that I think he put on his channel. So you can see those there when he was doing like an overview of the different builds. He was using my Arena PvP clips in that video. So you can check out Cannon's channel for that. I don't even know where the video is. That's why I say it's on Cannon's channel somewhere. I don't know if I have the clips anymore because I did like a full like cleanse of my SSD before global launch just to film more videos. But I could double check, and then if I do, I could put in maybe the Healer Discord or something like that. Best way of messaging for most important questions is get those questions. Yeah, I think usually the delay with like answering questions in the Twitch chat Bizzle is like sometimes it's like the same question asked a bunch, and then like those are like the questions that's like asked a bunch is like the one that like usually requires like a longer explanation. So like I was thinking of just like putting together a command and maybe putting those questions in like a Google Doc and then saying do exclamation point FAQ or something, and then it pops up those questions that usually require longer responses or that deserve longer responses as well, just so that they can be properly explained. Hey Pepito, do you think wand with any other combination like greatsword, dagger, sword, and shield could be made viable as a healer role? Yeah, wand SNS is already a viable healer role. They play more of like a frontline healer, but they're also live lords. Like they're the hardest built in game to kill. Wand greatsword is like a rising meta, and then wand dagger is also an existing meta. If you go to the healer, if you join the healer Discord, go into announcements. The fourth message pinned in announcements, I detailed in point form all the strengths of each of the healer builds. So definitely check that out if you want to learn a bit more about each of them. Just started this game as healer. One thing I struggle with in PvP is targeting enemies. Any recommendations on target settings? I just click. Yeah, I just click. You can also tab between enemies. One thing I recommend is setting up your target so you can do targets different ways. You can set it up to where you're only targeting feud people, so you can add people to your feud list, so you're only targeting people that you have on that list. So it makes you play like more of like an assassin. It makes it easier if you're playing more of like an assassin role or want to play more of an assassin role, or if you only want to be tabbing to certain people, you can set that up. But I would play around with this so you're tabbing to people that you want to be tabbing to first. Other than that, I click like people that I want to specifically target. Hey Cookies, come farm with us if you're yeah vacuum. As I'm about to say, it's so satisfying when you get like 6 or whatever plus drops. He does all those like ding sounds. Ding 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 ding. I had the arrow 46 buff. Easy anti-cheat error, and I tried all the solutions. Nothing works. I can't log into my main, but my alt logs are perfectly fine. Oh yeah, not sure. I haven't experienced that before, if I'm being honest. Yeah, can't really help too much there. Sorry, Dro. How do you join if you're I'm gonna ban you from the chat, Cookies. Cookies, you should come grind with us. Hey, Will. Welcome, welcome. We can stay up here. There's like no one here anymore for now. Until they all come up here again. Hey Icebox. Could you explain crit healing formula for magic crit? Yeah, sure. So crit heal work the same way as crit chance. It's the same formula. So like 1,000 critical chance will equal a 50% critical heal, like it would also equate to a 50% critical hit chance, right? So it's the same exact formula. So usually people don't build past like, or don't forcefully like build past 1,000 critical hits, because it's just like you're usually sacrificing too many other good stats to do that. Yeah, so most people stop at like 800 to 1,000, and like Lombos can easily stop at like can reach 800 because the sniper sense passive also works on critical heals, or works on healing to increase the chances of landing a critical heal. Yeah, and for healing, it's magic crit that impacts our chances of critical healing. Just magic crit. I think it's don't know if yes, let's check it up. Oh, how much melee evasion? Sorry, how much melee evasion do I need to really make an impact? I'm at 1100 and it doesn't seem like enough. Yeah, 1100 is not enough. So the breakpoints, I have the breakpoints listed in the Discord as well. So if you go into the Discord, you can see what those breakpoints are. Refer to them like in the future whenever you want to refer to them, or like share with other people. But the breakpoints for mid game melee evasion is 1400 to 1500. The breakpoints for melee evasion late game, like T1, or even early like T1, is 1700. If you're a wand SNS building like a melee evasion build, or any sort of SNS really building melee evasion, you could go to 1600 for T1, because your defenses will make up for the like extra melee attacks that would come through. But yeah, 1100 right now is not enough. You want 1400, like 1500 for mid game. And we're still technically majority of players are still like 95% of the game's population is probably still in mid game here. So yeah, you want to reach 1500, and you're good. And you can reach that with a lot of just like gear that has melee evasion as a base stat. What traits does a healer need on their gear? Yeah, if you do exclamation point builds, it'll link to my Master Wand Staff Wand Lambo guides, and you can see all the traits that I recommend for a healer. Generally, like your armor will just have the 2 defense trait stats that you're building, and then like max health or cooldown speed, or mana regen if your Lambo is super important. Like those are traits that you would sort of like be looking out for in your gear. Right, that's not okay, Loki. Why is Temple Syllabus empty? I'm in it now. Temple Syllabus is empty because people are using their tokens on the higher level open world dungeons right now. So Ceradome Island, Sanctum, Shadow Crypt, people are there now spending their tokens because they have drops that they need, especially epic drops that they need, or it has drops that they want to sell on the marketplace for a lot of Lucent right now. But you should be in there if you are. I'm assuming you're grinding the evasion belt. So yeah, you should be there to get your evasion belt. It should drop. It should, you bitch. It should drop pretty easily, and then move on to the other island. What did you say? Yeah, he moved all those mobs away from my sniper hero. That was calculated. I knew it. Bull wand or staff wand for all content? For all content? Well, it will definitely depend on your preference, like what you actually like to do or what you like to play. But when it comes to all content, I would say staff wand, I guess. And I'm weighing solo PV a lot when I say that. Like, if you enjoy solo PvEing, if you're a solo kind of player, do staff wand. That's if you're a solo kind of player. If you're not a solo kind of player, do Lambo wand. I guess that's a better way to probably put it there. So decide based on sort of that criteria. Okay, yeah, no worries, Pino. Wait, did I jump off? What do you mean, Frizzle? Like, yeah, you're saying like I jumped. Oh, the stream died for a bit there? Oh, weird. Oh, the stream did crash. Yeah, you're right. I didn't notice the stream crashed. If I was saying something while the stream was down, let me know and I can. Maybe I wasn't though, but if I was, let me know. Hi. Hi, how is healer like one longbow or one staff? Hey, Ugla. How is healer? The healer is really good in this game. One staff, one longbow have different roles in PvP. They do different things that are good. So it will depend on sort of like your preference for what you enjoy. But if you join the healer Discord, Egla, the ! Healer Discord, I have the 4th pin message and announcements has a good breakdown on what each of the healer meta builds do really well, and including the off meta healer builds, and they'll help you decide sort of which of the two you probably want to play more. But yeah, they have different roles, different responsibilities. That's all. Thanks for the cheer, Fizzle. Hello, just use your guide for leveling one staff. Do you have another guide for 50? Yeah, Bob. If you do ! Builds, oh, you found it. Okay, gotcha. I would have 6 or 7 hit as one dagger. Seems pretty low. Do you not even attempt to sleep a dagger user, or you do with this chance of missing? I think the wand dagger build on Maxwell has much higher hit than that. I think it has like 800 or something like that, or higher. But yeah, you should have higher hits on wand dagger. Yeah, Xbox. So if I have 1k magic crit, I don't need crit rate on weapons. Yeah, if you have 1k magic crit, you don't need to force more than that. Like if you get more because there's an item that's really good that you want to wear, but it just conveniently also has crit on it, then like yeah, that's good. You'll get more crit, but you don't need to force to get like more than 1k magic crit. Can you show your set? Yeah, this is the gear that I currently have on. The pants and cape are not what I would normally wear. I'm using my melee evasion range endurance build on my max for one longbow. What gear do you have? It's Healer Discord. The Healer Discord, ! Healer Discord. Oh, but you're in on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, just type in this vanity link into your join Discord channel on Discord, and it will allow you to join the Healer Discord. It's just Healers TNL. That's the vanity link. Hey, Kenny. Yeah. Welcome back, Icebox. Do you feel one staff is better at arenas than one bow? Yeah, I do, Isabella. 14k. We use quite a bit. We use quite a bit of them. Oh, have we? There's no dungeon that you need gear from. Awesome. I didn't even need an island. I just needed to spend the tokens. I think actually my gear comes from not all my, like I think I have one piece of gear that comes from Sanctum, or that one that I want from Sanctum. Yeah. Wait, no, not the pants. The yeah, the pants. Oh no, not those ones. There's gloves that drop from there. The hell gloves, infernal gloves. Yeah. The pants are for like double evasion builds. I'm doing melee evasion range endurance. Okay. Oh. I think so. That melee evasion. Well, what's your melee evasion right now? You're. Oh, you need more. I have to put them on. I think for you, you should have like at least 1400. I think that's nice base right now for mid game. 1500 preferably. Really? Yes. I always thought Sanctum had like a lot of rooms or whatever. Ah. I need a crystal flower. Oh, I see YouTube chat them. I see both chats at the same time. Oh yeah, oh sorry, what'd you say? Oh. Alright. Skill conversion scroll can be used for like changing the level of skills, like from staff skills to bow skills. But yes, you can use skill conversion scrolls to do exactly that, Grimmy. Eli, what's the best way to farm masteries? The best way to farm masteries is by doing your resistance contracts. Also, open world dungeons increase the level of your masteries. Slowly though, like very slowly. And it's sorry, through the weekly, like the weekly contracts, right? Not just like grinding open world dungeons, but like these weekly contracts also help increase your mastery. Are there enough people there to kill it? Oh. Why didn't you craft? I see. Why didn't you craft a precious purification stone yet? Oh, because I don't have enough abyssal aggregate. Hey, I have a background in dozens of demos, and for some reason classic control mode in this game feels odd to me. Ah. Did you try code? On my YouTube code, I have a very recent settings video. Hey, Weeble. Yeah, we do. Oh, I didn't even see the hearing game whisper. Alright. Oh, you did? I'm coming. I Yeah, you try doing that settings video and see if that helps you. But the classic mode can feel weird um in this game. I think I gotten used to it, so maybe I don't notice it as much as I did earlier. But I don't need this one. Feel so in. What happened? I have 15. Not that bad. I only have so much because of I got precious bags. Or the blessing pouches, sorry. They give me a lot of Ceradoma scrolls. Feels so indecisive, level 24 with wand bow. For worries, it feels like shit at 50 for solo timed events, so considering pivoting to SNS greatsword. Yeah, in solo and timed events standby, you likely won't rank like top 5 or whatever on like wand lombo. So if that's of an interest to you, I recommend you either do wand staff or you do like SNS greatsword like you suggested you were interested in. On the no, I think he was talking about like events, like the hourly events. Oh yeah. But yeah, if you want to rank in like top 3 or even try to get like the rank 1 on those like hourly events and stuff like that for the Amatoys or Morphs, it's probably gonna be hard to do on a wand bow. So yeah, if you're interested in SNS greatsword, you can swap to like greatsword dagger, and like try to like compete a little bit better. If that's like another interest, like another build that you're interested in, that would compete a bit better. But you can also do wand bow and then create like a staff as a swap, and do like wand staff in those events, and then that can also compete a bit better than wand bow, or compete a lot better than wand bow. That's like another option. Highlight, is there a video regarding your gear trait build skills back for this kind of build? There's no video, but I do have my builds all on my Macroll ABEC. So I'll link that here. And I agree, they should give us more slots for skill builds. But yeah, right there I'm back. Those are the builds. Like they have all the builds I'm using right now. Because I have PvE builds and my PvP builds, like all of that is there. You can check that out. I don't have a video on it. I've been meaning to do that. It's like usually busy with IRL, so trying to just like balance a bunch of things. But I do have some other videos that are like a lot easier to put out that I have coming out on like Wednesday. I have some small scale fights, some videos of that coming out with my static, as well as some early game dungeon videos as well. Is it worth picking up a third weapon? It's not worth trading a third weapon right now, and but you can enhance a third weapon relatively easily just using the extra stones that you have after getting your initial 2 weapons to level 9. So you can enhance a third weapon, but in terms of trading a third weapon, that'll take a lot longer and a lot more of an investment. So I don't necessarily recommend prioritizing that right now, but it's something you'll eventually be able to do, so don't worry. Hello, thanks for the content. Yeah, no worries, Resisco. Thanks for being here. But what mastery can't be transferred? Yeah, weapon mastery can't be transferred. Only weapon skills, like the level of your skills can be transferred, but weapon mastery itself cannot be transferred. So you gotta keep that in mind. What did they say about farming masters in this set? Oh yeah, no worries, Fizzle. Yeah, when it comes to farming like masteries, um, the when it comes, wait, you say Wemo or me? Loki. Oh yeah, he went up a channel. Yeah, when it comes to farming masteries, Fizzle, resistant contract scrolls are like your best thing for that right now. Besides that, you get tiers from the Gate of Infinity. Just doing the first which is defeating the dungeon, you get 25 additional tiers. I believe the weekly scrolls also give you tiers. Yes, they do. So you get 4 from the weekly scrolls as well. I think I put the wrong thing. Oh, sorry. Maybe it's not the weekly scrolls. There's one more thing that gives you mastery level. I'm just forgetting it right now. There should be one other thing. Killing open world mobs, dungeon mobs, I don't believe give you mastery levels anymore, but I can double check. 58.068. Let's see. Quick test. Well, 068. Oh, so it does still. Okay, so mobs consuming your abyssal contract tokens to kill mobs in open world dungeons also still increases your weapon mastery. So those are the 3 main ways right now to increase your weapon mastery. Fizzle. And also to the other person who asked that question issue. Could buy them off market. I'm just wondering if the price is going to drop soon. Oh, yeah, the price will drop soon on KR. I think those abyssal aggregates cost like 5 lucent on KR, or not even 5 lucent. It's like 3 lucent. It's like they're very cheap on KR. Is there a good wand, greatsword guide, or person I could check out? No, there is no wand, greatsword content creator right now, and there's probably no one putting out guides for that right now. Yeah, like in my guild, we do have like some builds for it and stuff like that, or like theory crafted builds rather, something like concrete. But I do have my own like opinions on Wand Greatsword in terms of like the builds and stuff like that, not in terms of its viability. Like I think it's viable, just in terms of the builds. I have my own. I just haven't put it in any like on a quest log. But yeah, I was meaning to do that though because there has been some folks that were asking for me to put something on a quest log, so I will be doing that. Where should I grind for gear? Yeah, double. If you just do if you do exclamation point builds, double, do exclamation point builds, you'll see all my you'll be able to find my guides for wand staff and wand longbow. In those guides, I also include the gear sources where you should grind for gear. So I recommend you do that to understand where to grind for the gear for the builds that you're interested in. I don't know if it interests me yet, which is the problem. I see. Yeah, you definitely want to figure that out first before you commit. But you have a lot of time. Focus on getting to level 50 first. Standby. And then think about, like, you know, what do you want to do in terms of like the build that you're interested in the most. So that's what I would do. Just get the 50 first, and then like have fun with all your specializations from all the different stuff, and figure out like, you know, what you truly enjoy playing. I don't even know if healing in general interests me in this game. I usually heal in other games though, and I feel like a decent contributor to guild party, so therefore considering mainly healing tanking. I see. Try Wand SNS. You might just like, well, I know, but Wand SNS doesn't help you with the ranking concern that you have. But yeah, try Greatsword SNS first and see if you like that. Standby. Yeah, no worries, back. Also, how much do you feel your impact in PvP, in PvE at endgame? Yeah, very impactful. Wand Lombo is a super strong healer build. It has the best healing throughput in the game. So you can keep a whole party alive by yourself. And yeah, it feels really good. I generally play healers in video games, so that's where I find like sort of like my enjoyment for satisfaction. But yeah, so if it's not something that like you might be interested in this game, then I definitely recommend trying like other builds. There's lots of other builds you can enjoy, right? And test out, so you might as well test them all out and not limit yourself too early, especially if you're new to the game. I see you don't play into magic defenses on your build. Any reason for that? Wouldn't this make Sapphire much better if people are ignoring magics? No, not necessarily. It's very easy to keep yourself alive from a staff eclipse. I say that as someone who played KR since like closed beta tests, so like I understand a bit more about staffs and have been playing against like magic players for quite a while, but fairly quickly anyone can like do this relatively easily. Just like ask a wand person, tell them to go to arena, and just like fight them over and over again. You can block a whole rotation from a staff like super easily, especially if you know what you're looking for. So simply hitting block, you can just eat a whole rotation from a staff player if you know what you're blocking. You can also, as a Wand Lombo specifically, Wand Lombo players can out heal the DPS from a staff player even if they're really geared. So that's something that I can also do. So I'm not necessarily scared at all of staff players and their DPS, because there's so many ways that I could just like live against a staff player without like trying too hard to do so. So because of that reality, range and melee tend to be a lot more scarier. So they're the defenses that you focus a lot more against. Yeah, and you keep in mind, Wand Staff has high cooldowns. Like their burst happens within like a second, and then they have high cooldowns for their bigger burst abilities. And then a lot of their stuff is very telegraphed and easy to tell it's coming at you. Like blocking a charged fireball is like the easiest thing to do in this game. Like there's no reason a charged fireball should hit like anyone in this game in a small scale or arena scenario. Like you can see the person charging up a fireball for like 3 years. It feels like how long it takes them to charge it up, and then you can see the fireball slowly traveling to you. So it's very easy just to block it, and it's very easy to block their multi-hit abilities and stuff like that. So yeah, Wand Staff is normally very easy to fight against, or like not Wand Staff, but like staff players in general are very easy to fight against in this game. Healer tank combo needed for all in game, I think. Yep, you need healer tanks for end game, like future dungeons, stuff like that. Healer, I have a quick question. I'm trying your curse AoE build, but I'm getting one shot from overworld dungeons, which you did at your video. Can you tell me about how gear or something? Because I have a couple of blues. Yeah, it's you want to, when grouping mobs, you want to kite mobs together. Yeah, it's more so about like you want to kite mobs together, and then as you're like loading up your curse explosion combo, and blocking, make sure you block every single fury attack, and then using the heal immediately from the block to like for sustain. That's helpful. Make sure you have the correct passes on, because Vampire Contract usually is enough for damage sustain as well. And make sure you're ranking up your blue equipment to like +9 as well. Don't wait, just rank it up. That will help you with damage sustain as well. But you should be able to like damage sustain even in like blue gear or blue green gear. Like I have earlier VODs you can check out as well on my Twitch when I was like grinding after hitting level 50 on launch. And you can see I was just grouping mobs the same way, like 10 plus mobs, 10, 15 plus mobs, and doing the crystal explosion combo without issue. So you can check that out and see how sort of I was playing. But it's important to like get your gear to like 9, which you could do mostly with the tokens you get from leveling. Not all of it to 9, obviously. We can get all of it to 6 first. I'll get it all to 6 force first. That'll help with some like basic defenses. Blocking every time you see a free attack and using that heal on yourself will help for sustain. And using some of your DPS abilities as well to proc Vampire Contract. That'll help with sustain as well. Healer tank doesn't have much of a DPS making control things. Tank can. Yeah, no, I know. Doesn't really have much of that like same DPS that you're looking for. There's a book in the Xena shop that boosts the amount of gain by invisible points. Yeah, exactly. You could use that book. I'm not using that book because I don't know exactly what I want to get from the Xena shop. I wanted to get my Mastery Scrolls. I just want to make sure I have enough for those as well, because for activity pushing eventually. Yeah, that book in the shop, even the food that increases your mastery pointing XP is also good to stack. There's a book. Are the mastery weapons bug? I don't get +2 perception wisdom with bow wand when I put the point in. You should be able to get that, Blackheart. Try restarting your going to character select and coming back into the game. Maybe it's like there's a little bug or something. 50 too late. No, 50 is not too late, standby. 50 is not too late. Just don't accept rewards from your main story quests and hit 50, and then you can decide. Then it won't be too late. That's not where you farm yet. He's doing it with tier 1 endgame here. That video. Hello Eli, thank you for supporting the community. Your advice helped me a lot to be able to show what they say. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I just crafted a green SNS greatsword now, so gonna mess around with it for a bit just to get a feel for it. Yeah, definitely do that. That's exactly what you should do. Go to Castleton and go to the training arena, or go to the arena and go fight, like hit the dummies and see what feels good. Just crafted a green SNS greatsword now, so gonna mess around with it a bit just to get a feel for it. Oh, sorry, I just read that. Is greatsword wand good? Greatsword wand is good, Merc. It's like a newer meta, like a rising. It's like a meta that's rising in sort of popularity on KR. So my list of active contracts. Oh, I have to kill the butcher. You guys have the butcher? Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you go to the healer Discord, Merc, and go into announcements, the 4th pin message, I detailed the benefits of each of the healer meta builds and off meta builds. So that includes Greatsword Wand, and you can see sort of like the benefits of it that I discussed there. Yeah, Grell, it depends what you're playing. If you're playing like wand staff, you should be looking to create like clumps for your raid. So you're using your CC abilities to create clumps while you're like just like, you know, if there's nothing to heal, or if your healing abilities are on cooldown and stuff like that. If you're wand Lombo, you can look to like set up a peel with your tornado, or you can be, you know, you have healing touch you can always be using because there's a relatively low cooldown. Purifying touch, looking to cleanse people who need a cleanse, but you're looking outside of your party as well when you don't have people to heal in your party. Yeah, like that's generally some of the stuff that you will start to, some of the stuff that you juggle as a healer, so you're not just like wondering like, oh, I don't know what to do right now. when there's like no one to heal. Yeah, and that would also help with load and set as well. Like if you're like healed or like constantly on cooldown, it's likely because your party's probably not playing together the best. Yeah, the Greatsword Wand is an actual build. That's like that was coming up on Korea before like we even left. There's a lot of people playing it. But it does a lot of really good things. Like you can use the Blood Devotion ability even without an SNS as a healer, and you can do the same thing that the SNS does. So just another Blood Devotion in the party, and then you can also do a lot of like the clumping because you can do the AOE, CC. You can do that in the back line, or you can do that in the front line depending on how you build. And you can also have all your heals and stuff like that. But like the skill damage boost from the Greatsword also increases your healing, and then the hit also increases your chances of landing your mass sleeps. And then you have max health, so it just helps with survivability too. There's a lot of like nice things with the build. People have fun with it. Yeah. They better summon it. Alright. Yeah, don't worry about the ad break. I stopped talking when the ad break started. But yeah, KR is Korea. But yeah, where I left off earlier is like when make sure your party's playing together and you're not like having to overexert yourself to heal your party because your group can't play together properly. Like there's a lot of like synergy stuff that usually should be fixed when you're having issues with cooldowns and being able to keep your party alive on your own. Interesting. Appreciate the response. I assume the mana issues with fights and missions are resolved. Yes, the mana issues are definitely resolved early or later. Wait, what? No. That's crazy, Toms. That's not true. You get like a lot of heals. The thing too is like when you go in, you get pulled deep in. Yeah, and I'm not I'm not going to be diving into the ball just to give you like one heal and then I blow up. It's just gonna be like, I hope. Wait, why did I? What is this? Oh, invite me back. Wait, can you invite me back? Oh, he does. Oh yeah, so join Alex Singer. But yeah, like a lot of times when you get pulled in, I'm just like, well, I hope you can come back. That's literally what like my first thought. I'm just like, well, I hope he can come back because I'm not diving into that ball just to give him like. Yeah, sometimes you come back and then I'm just like, okay, I can throw him something. But like the moment I get close enough, like I'm getting pulled in next, and now I'm in there with you, and it's just like I'm gonna die first. Interested to see the Greatsword Wand thing because I'm full endurance and want to swap out both. Yeah. I can ping the healer Discord when I put that build together. I just want to make sure that I don't ping the healer Discord with like a troll Greatsword Wand build. So I'm gonna have I would want like a lot of people to look it over, so I'm not like there's no oversights. But yeah, I've tested it a lot on KR, or like in terms of like dummy testing, so not on like actual like real people or in like real fights. But I tested it a lot on KR just to understand numbers and like the CCs and the combos and stuff like that, and I think it's pretty good. So I have like an idea of like a build that I think is pretty in terms of a skill build that's pretty good to run on it. In terms of gear, I think the gear is straightforward. But yeah, I would share that in the healer Discord. once that's like ready. Yeah, they're all scattered. Hey, I hope you're having a great stream. I've been watching all your posts today. Yeah, no worries, Dragon. Thanks for stopping by. Does Curse build really do that much damage? Yes. Wand Dagger specifically can do a lot of damage. Oh, I just realized I'm in a party. Let me set some more scrolls. I don't have Carnix yet, but I do have World Tree Bow and Resistance Bow. They're purple. Should I be leveling while they're leveling them? I wouldn't level those. I wouldn't level those, Dragon. Just stick with your blues. With the +2 wisdom with the wand, the stat should be +2 more, and it doesn't. Yeah, it should definitely be +2. Make sure if you have for the wand black, make sure the wand's in your hand, because the wand needs to be in your main hand if you want that stat to be active. So just make sure you're not making that mistake. If not, then it's definitely a weird bug. Try to reset the mastery even. Is enough the books combined have skills for both solo AoE farming and late game PV? When you go from 0 to 50, the books that you can get from 0 to 50 are usually enough for just like for like one build, not for like 2 whole builds. But you can level up 2 builds very easily, just from like doing the in-game content like dungeons and resistant contracts and stuff like that. So don't worry too much about it. Wand Greatsword is pretty good, Flood. If you join the Healer Discord, do !! Healer Discord. Go to announcements, and the 4th pin message in announcements. I have a good explanation of all the meta and off meta healer builds in point form, and that includes the Wand Greatsword build. So definitely take a look at that, and you can understand a bit more about, or a lot more about, the Wand Greatsword and its strengths and why it's like relevant in or why it was like relevant on KR, or is relevant on KR right now. And what people found out about it. I got full blue endurance build. Do you think I should swap to evasion because of arena? Yeah, if you want to play arena Cali a lot, then swap to melee evasion range endurance build. Normally I'm a bow player at all MMOs. And my second best is healer, but when I see you play healer, I've wanted to experience this. But after getting one shot at open world dungeons, I'm kind of disappointed about myself. No worries. It'll come with like, I guess it'll come with the more you do it, the more you'll like get used to it, right? Zep. It's like the more you practice, the more you'll understand like how do you like, you know, solo AoE farm, for example, and stay alive and stuff like that. I know I have that video that like goes through it. I do have my VOD, so I definitely recommend you going through my earlier VODs on NA, like, because I'm using green and blue gear and I'm doing the same thing. In green and blue gear, I'm solo farming. So you can see how I do it, and maybe that might be helpful. And I also show the gear a lot in those VODs too, so you can see what my gear is at, like in terms of levels. Like my gear in the earlier VODs are always like really bad traits, but you can see what level they were and how I was able to like sort of tank mob hits a bit, and what I was doing to do that, because I was using skills as well. It's mostly skills, really. Should I focus on trading out my purple cave weapon or my heroic armor of the resistance? Heroic armor of the resistance, the evasion one, right? Yeah, so focus trading out the purple weapon will probably be easier than the heroic armor of the resistance, to be honest, because there's not a lot of heroic armor of the resistance pieces on the auction house. So focus on whatever has the easier traits for you to obtain, Siri. Ever tried playing Wand Dagger? Yes, I played all the meta healer builds before. So I played KR since the closed test. I've made Wand Lombo like my entire time on KR. But I made the builds for Wand SNS, Wand Dagger, and Wand Staff just to complete a lot of the early healer tests. And oh, okay. There's gonna be PvP apparently in a little bit, so it's gonna make sure that I'm prepared for that. Ever tried playing Wand Dagger? Yeah, so I played Wand Dagger before, and all the different healer builds, and all the different scales of PvP as well. But I main Wand Staff and Wand Lombo on KR, going back and forth quite evenly. By the way, are the blue side quests worth doing while leveling? Yeah, no. You can do the main story quest. Only do the blue side quest to get more level that you need to unlock the main story quest when you're like gated by level. Could like SNS Wand be a viable DPS as well? In T2, SNS Wand is more viable. HOD. In T2, SNS is a little bit more viable with T2 gear. Their explosions are a lot more stronger. But in T1, they're not really that viable in PvP as like a focused DPS. In T2 gear, when it's like traded as well, they can like one-shot people in like the 1v1 spec of SNS Wand. So that's specifically the 1v1 spec. Could you like sorry, I'm a Wand Lombo. Hey girl. Glad you're playing Wand Lombo. We need more Wand Lombos in the game. Hey man, I've just started the game. Does people in KR or do people in KR only play PvE and not PvP? What I mean is that my friends does not like PvE. I was wondering if you can just play this all the way PvE. Yeah, you can play this whole game PvE, Thermite. Especially in T2, there's a lot of content that's focused on PvE. You were asked how to increase heals. I have to rewatch the VOD. Oh yeah, no worries. Hey Eli, I saw your build at Maxwell and I have one question. Early green or early gear has combat power 2400 plus. Is that correct? If so, certain traits have gone. No, early green gear should not be 2400 plus. That sounds like there's blue gear involved and maybe one purple piece. But your masteries and your skill levels also increase your they'll also increase your combat power. So that's how combat power is also increased. If we get other purple gear bows and books, what should you suggest we do with them when we don't have this yet? You should sell them for traits. If they sell for traits, always check if they sell. That's what you should do for them with them. Because the price of our traits will always drop, so sell them while they're high. Hey, greetings from Lithuania. Where can I find your PvP builds? Hey, yeah, if you do exclamation point builds, Rain, you should be able to see find my builds on my max roll. But I finished all the floors in the tower. Thank you for the F16. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad you finished it. Which greatsword would you want in Wand Greatsword? The greatsword that you'd want is the one that gives you max health, and I think it comes from Tyrants. Or no, it comes from Magna. I think it comes from Butchers. So do the one that gives you max health. Lomita, I forgot the name of it though. Is Talistaf best PvP or is it Arc Boss weapon better? Talistaf is really good for survivability, so it gives you another way to survive in PvP against greatswords specifically. Arc Boss is better for damage for sure. Because the skill on the Arc Boss weapon is just very, very strong in large scale, especially. Thank you for making guys for Wand Lombo, but I was wondering what exactly does Endurance do versus Evasion, as I'm wanting to get into PvP but want to know what the endgame build should I follow. Yeah, so the melee evasion range endurance build is better for small skill and arenas Mira. So if you're going to play a lot more small skill and arenas, do the melee evasion range endurance build. That build's also interchangeable with pretty much most builds in the game. The endurance build is really helpful in large scale, but the thing about endurance you have to remember is endurance is only very like strong and noticeable when you have it fully traded, because you have to reach the breakpoints, and before you reach those breakpoints with endurance, you're not gonna really feel it that much. Helios, how possible is it to have multiple builds like Staff Wand and SNS Wand on the same character, or is it best to just pick one and build a second character? It is possible. It'll take long to trait the third weapon and to get the skills of the third weapon up. But to enhance a weapon to like +9, a third one is relatively fast. Hey man, I just started the, like, you could do it within a month. Hey, but in terms of trading another third weapon and getting skills up, will take more than like a month. Hey man, I just started the game. Does people in KR only play PvE? No, you can play the game fully PvE if you would like to. Yukishi, you don't have to do the PvP content. You can also play the game fully PvP if you don't want to really do much of the PvE content. A lot of PvP content also has PvE mixed into it as an option. So that's pretty cool, and it's like an option when you want to participate into PvE content while it's in like a PvP mode. So there's a lot of like options that the game gives you to enjoy the game in different ways. Should I be transferring Heroic Garb or the Resistance to Plate of the Internal Hero following Solo Self-Found? Heroic Garb of the Resistance is the one that gives you max health and right, I believe it is. So, sorry, just going back to your message. Plate of the Infernal Herald. Evil, I wouldn't get rid of the Heroic Garb of the Resistance, only because it's hard to get that piece. So I say keep it, because if in case you want to use it down the line, there's like, it's gonna be very hard for you to get another one back, right? Because that's like that's a resistance piece. It's something you only get from like, that you get easily from MSQs and lithograph books. I got 2 of the Banshee Great Swords. I was thinking of trying one Great Sword. Yeah, definitely try it if you want to just test it out, especially on dummies. So we go range endurance or evasion. I'm confused. Nope, Siri, the build is melee evasion and range endurance. So you go melee evasion and range endurance. That's how it works. Oh no. But yeah, so you do melee evasion and range endurance. You can reach the proper melee evasion breakpoints. Thanks for the sub, by the way, Yukishi. As well as Zep. I really appreciate that. But you can reach the proper breakpoints for melee evasion, and then for range endurance, because you cannot reach the proper breakpoints for range evasion as a wand longbow, you do range endurance because you can reach more than enough range endurance that you need. Because of your Distorted Sanctuary passive. So you do melee evasion and range endurance. And that's the build also on my Maxwell if you want to take a look at it in closer detail, Siri. You could take a look at exactly how that is built. Healy, I saw your build on Maxwell early gear. Green gear has combat power 2400, is that correct? If so, certain traits gave combat power, how does it work? Thanks for poking. Oh, I think I already answered that, Luca. Let me know if you're here when I answered it. I see him around. Thank you so much, mate. No worries, Zep. Where's the Healer Discord? Can I find the description of all the builds? Yep, exclamation point Healer Discord is how you can join the Healer Discord. Standby. If you want to like look at the build, just do exclamation point builds, and the builds will pop up. Is there any build besides Wand Longbow you recommend? Yeah, there's a bunch. If you go join the Healer Discord JCU, go to announcements. The 4th pinned announcements has detailed notes of all the different healer builds. That can help you decide which one you want to play. So I recommend doing that. I played Wand Longbow, Wand Staff the most on KR. Those were my 2 main builds. I had 2 separate builds for both of them. I enjoyed Wand Longbow the most, obviously, and that's why I'm playing it now. I think a build that I always enjoyed and liked a lot was also Wand Dagger. I liked Wand Staff too, but like Wand Dagger was that one build that always popped in my mind. That's something that like, oh, I wanna like put this gear back on and like play this more than I currently was. I got the raw stats like max HP, max mana, but if I'm at 20% and equip the bow with the bonus procedure, it should show +2 in stats. No. Yeah, if you have the bow, so if you have the +2 perception on longbow black, and you have it in your main hands, it should show like it won't show +2, but it will automatically increase in your stats. It will automatically increase your stats. So it won't show +2, but it'll automatically increase in your stats. The range endurance is, yeah, the range endurance is a bow wand specific build series, but you can also use it on wand staff. So like if you, I always tell people, if you're on a server that has like a lot of range that are starting to build like a hit build instead of like a bonus damage build, you can run the melee evasion range endurance build. It would work. That's like an option. You don't have to do it, but it's an option. The one dagger build on your max, I know it says PvP, but do people in Korea use the PvP as well? Yeah, the wand dagger build. I didn't make the wand dagger build. It's my friend Nim who made it. But I did look at the gear and stuff that was being recommended, and I do like what's in the guide. And yes, people on KR did use wand dagger in PvE. There's obviously just a lot more wand longbows, wand staff around, and that's mainly because people at that point where we are in KR, we can have like 5 or 6 different builds fully traded. So a lot of people had that. So they just use the wand longbow, wand staff because they just had one fully traded. What is the difference in playstyle between wand, dagger? Yep. If you want to know the difference between the playstyle of all those different weapons that you just listed, Nicola, join the Healer Discord. Go to the 4th message pinned in the announcements channel, and I already did a really good breakdown of all the differences between all those weapons you just listed in point form, and you can read about that there in really good detail. And I know you're asking on YouTube, so just do healers TNL, and you can join the Discord that way as well. I chose all my equipment before I found your guys. How to set back am I because of that? I think there's some words missing. How set? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. How set back am I because of that? And what content would you recommend to get decent gear? Just hit 50. Yeah. It depends on what build you want to run. If you're running like an endurance build, you're not really set back. If you're running a melee evasion range endurance build, you are set back a little bit. If I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's not to the point where it's just like, oh, you just gotta, like, you're done for kind of thing. You can fix it, and but if you just hit 50, you could just make another level 50 and then use that current 50 as like an alt for making extra loosens. So I'd recommend you do that if you just hit 50 bacon. And the first thing you should do when you hit 50 is Cave of Destruction for the wand, bracers, and the cape. So I want it to be a wand staff enjoyer. Player, does the gear and armor differ like crazy to be able to swap around to bow, or do I have to get a separate set of traits? If you want to use it in PvP, it would work if you were using the melee evasion range endurance build, because that's like sort of a universal build that anyone can use. But if you did not do that, then like having separate gear would be, you would find will be helpful. It's a way to put it, because technically you can run anything, and if you're just someone who has like really good positioning in PvP and you have a really good static and people who peel for you and protect you and stuff like that, you can use a paper bag and probably be pretty effective in PvP, right? Because you're just relying on your teammates to help you with survivability, and you also have good positioning and just awareness. But yeah, so I think the more important thing is that you might not have your skills leveled up on your third weapon, so that will be sort of the more of the gatekeep that you'd experience, Sammy. What do you think of the Banshee Greatsword? The Banshee Greatsword's good. I think the issue with the Banshee Greatsword is that it doesn't really help you hit certain stat break points that you want to hit. Like you need 60 perception, not 60 perception, but you need like 30 perception and then like 60 strength ideally is what you're going for. You might want to go for more perception if your hit is low, but like there's certain stat bonuses that you want to reach in the Banshee's Racehorse, makes it a little difficult to reach those stat points times. What do you think of the Banshee? Which part of the map is this? We're on the top part of Ceradome Island. So we're above the cave. What is T1 and T2? T1 and T2 is just like the different tiers of armor. So there's T1 armor and there's T2 armor. T2 armor comes out later with the T2 Dungeons JCU. So we don't have that right now in the game. We only have T1 armor in the game. When you go over armor, when you see the T2 armor when it's in the game, there's a very clear way you can tell the difference between the two. On the top left where it says epic, it'll say like epic level 2 or something like that, and then the color of the purple in the back will glow very, very differently. It's on the build for the Juan Lambo helm that drops from the Abelos Hydra. So are you killing those in a co-op dungeon or the open world dungeon? The helm that drops from the Abelos, I would be killing the Abelos Hydromancers, but in a party, like I can't solo those. Did you manage to change servers? Yes, I did manage to change servers, Snow White. I did it earlier today and I was very lucky. But yeah, so I'm on almost now, thankfully. Yeah, I'm on almost now, JCU. Oops. Couldn't fly there. Weird. How much are breakpoints for endurance? Yeah, you would want uh-oh. Why is he losing health? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh man. I didn't even see those guys. I was too busy looking at Twitch chat. Well, now that I'm dead, I can just continue reading Twitch chat really quick. I used to play with what's everybody on? I'm on Amos. I used to play with Deity Benji on New World. Ah, I see. But yeah, the breakpoints for endurance is you want like 1100, 1200 melee endurance, and then you also want 800 range endurance. And this is all before your Distorted Sanctuary buff, by the way, as well. So you want, realistically, you can get right now is like 1100 melee endurance and then like 800 range endurance. And then with your buffs, you're over 1000 range endurance and also over like 1300 melee endurance. So that's what you want. What is the benefit of crafting your own epic gear, and do you keep the lithograph you use when crafting it? Is better to sell the sunset. Nope. When people make gear into lithographs, they make that for the intention of selling it. So you make gear into lithographs to sell it. No one really makes things into a lithograph and then recrafts it. That would be like a really big waste of mats. I can't find the post in Discord about all the different healing combinations you were talking about. Yeah, it should be there. If you go to Healer Discord, announcements, open up the pins, 1, 2, 3. Yep, I can see it right here. The 4th pin message in the announcements channel is the full list of breaking down all the different healer builds. Standby. If you are in the Discord, if your Twitch name is the same as your Discord name, I can @ you with it. 1 second. I'm gonna put in if you look at general standby, you'll see the link to the announcements that I'm talking about. Or the post that I'm talking about. How come there's no hybrid evasion endurance for Safwan? You can use the melee evasion and range endurance build for Safwan as well, Boogeyman. Alright, no worries, Siri. Hey, hope you're wondering what I could have. You can get that chess piece again, Krezia, from the lithograph book. So if you didn't get your lithograph book version of that chess piece, you can still get it again. and commit to this. Thanks for subscribing, Sluska. Appreciate that. Okay, now I can look back at chat. Sorry about that. Um. Devil's Service Club is empty because people are just doing the higher level open world dungeons that opened up Gravy. What's the one I can't find the details about? All the else which channel of Discord is it in? Yeah, that's gonna be under standby. That'll be under the channel that's titled Skill Builds Tested or Gear Builds Tested. Hi, Carnex for two or for healer. Carnex for healer, Lasha. Does the game let you farm open world dungeons even when you're out of Abyssal Contract? Yes, it does let you do that, Flaccid. Or you can kill the mobs, but you won't get the, and you'll still get some drops, but like the Abyssal Contract tokens, makes it so you get bonuses like from the drops. So that's why you get a lot of drops. So you can still farm the mobs, but you just will, it won't feel that great. Pretty much. Yeah, no worries, Black. Hi, where do I find your Wombo? Yes, exclamation point builds. You can find my builds, Felix. Is this the closed? Is island closed? Normally you could do something. Entrance. Oh no, the island is open. RBM. The island is always open now. It's unlocked. The milestone for it unlocked today. You can swim to the island, or you can unlock the waypoint to teleport here during the day. I'm not sure if I should go for Sabotage of the Resistance or the Soul Mirror Boots, who are probably easier to trade. I'm not sure if I should go to the Soul Mirror Boost or probably easier to trade. Yeah, you can go for ones that are easier to trade, Siri. That's usually what I would recommend if it doesn't mess up your build. Thank you for answering my questions. Yeah, no worries, JCU. If I built one bow but want to go one great, probably am I screwed? Nope. Wand Greatsword Guild can be used. Wand Bow Guild can be used for Wand Greatsword Dragon. Can I see your stats? The 4 main. Yeah, you can see my stats. This is how I sort of have my stats set up with the gear. With the gear that I have right now. Using your staff wand build with great success. Thanks for the help. Yeah, no worries, Emmys. What does Endurance mean in this game? Trying to figure out an endgame build. PvM playing Wand Lambo. Yeah, Endurance does two things. So what the Endurance stat does is your Endurance is always subtracted against someone's critical hit. And it reduces the chances. It increases the chances of reducing the chance of someone landing a critical hit. So that's what it works. So it's always subtracted from critical hit, and then there's a second part of Endurance which is also important to know. Sorry, just gonna stand somewhere that's safe. Also realized I have the death debuff that I need to get rid of. So there's two parts to Endurance. One part is increasing the chances of the enemy not landing a critical hit against you. The second part is glancing. So glancing is also an aspect of Endurance. But how glancing is activated is you need to have more Endurance than someone else's critical hit. So once you have more Endurance than someone else's critical hit, every single point of Endurance that you have over someone's critical hit counts as a % chance of them of proccing glancing against them. And when you proc glancing against someone, it forces them to do the minimum amount of damage with their attack. So that's what glancing does. So Endurance is two things. It's glancing to force a minimum base damage attack, and it's also forcing or increasing the chances of the enemy not landing a critical hit. So it does two things. Because when the enemy doesn't land a critical hit, it doesn't mean that they, do the minimum base damage attack, right? It means that they're going to do anywhere from the minimum to about the maximum. That's what it means when they don't land a critical hit. But when they land a glancing, when you force a glancing, they will always do the minimum hit. So that's how Endurance works. There's two parts to it. But that's also why I say for an Endurance build to feel really effective, you want it to be fully traded. Because you need all those traits in order to get really high Endurance. And also why Longbow can build Endurance the best. To make an alternate NA, and was surprised when I got first try the server you was trying to transfer servers. Oh, did you, Snow White? That's funny. Found the great stuff. Now the question is, how big is the damage difference between one bow and one staff? One staff will do more bad damage than one longbow standby. Question: what's the best for starting out? One staff or one longbow and solo at the moment in the chat? If you're solo, one staff will feel better, zombie. If you're solo, can you heal mouse over in this game, or do you need to click? You could do heal mouse over in this game, like World of Warcraft, Lomita. How do you have so many skills on your hotbar? These are the amount of skills that they allow you to use on your hotbar. Mira. I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but let me know. Hey Tissue. Oh yeah. No, sorry. I know I was supposed to have that build worked on today, but I had to do some other things for max roll and then for IRL work. But it is something that I have in my notes to work on. So I'm gonna definitely do that sometime this week before the weekend. What's a good pair of blue gloves for wand bow until we get this? Yeah, you should be using the Resolute Crusader gauntlets, and these drop really, really frequently in the Shadow Crypts. So this is what you should use: Resolute Crusader gauntlets. They're open world dungeon drops, so they drop a lot. That's how it's easy to trade them. Do we have to get both PvP and PvP builds? Nope, you can do, if you're gonna do PvP, do PvP gear first. Hold on, just prioritize PvP gear. What would you advise on a fresh 50 heal to do first? Do Cave of Destruction first, walk on, and then do your contract as well. Only thing that sucks is I can't make no friends on this game, even if my guild, everyone has their own little cliques and things all over. I would just try to find a guild that you can try to that you can play with more, Matthias. I'll try to find a more friendlier community. Do you think it's doable to and play one staff? If that's the case as well. Do you think it's doable to switch from staff bow to wand bow? Yeah, I think it's doable to switch from staff bow to wand bow for sure. Oh, I see. Staff bow to wand bow. It's doable. There's going to be some trait changes that you're going to have to make, but it is doable. You just have to change your range evasion traits to range endurance is the main thing. What does the endgame consist of? Grinding mods, complicated dungeons. Yep, all of those and more, Homon. So there's a lot of PvP content as well. There's Riftstones, Boonstone Wars, 2 types of wars. There's also sieges. There's also cross-server wars as well. There's also there's different sorts of ranked PvE content. So there's challenge mode ranked PvE content that has different unique rewards. There are Gate of Infinity, which are solo boss ranked solo boss clears, and you compete with other players that have the same build as you to get certain like unique rewards as well. There's arenas. There's hourly PvP, co-op, and PvE events, and also like hourly bosses, especially during prime time. PvP and PvE bosses. There's like crafting or some light skills right now, so we only have cooking and fishing right now. There's also going to be 50v50 arenas as well, that are coming out before the end of the year. Yeah, and there's like just a bunch of different other things that I'm just forgetting because it's pretty late, and I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon. What's the best wand for arena? The best wand, excuse me. The best wand for arena would probably be Liquorius wand. Liquorius wand would have an advantage in the arena because like, you can go invisible if you drop below like 20% health, so that has like obvious advantages because when you go invisible or stealth, everyone forcibly drops targets against you. So they have to retarget you once you come out of invisible. Once you come out of being invisible, and it also allows you just to escape death. I've been riding the game. I just realized it was my D-Day. Oh, happy birthday, JCU. Hope you have a good birthday. Is this Easter? How did you get to this island? No, this is NA server, Marcin. It's NA server, so our milestones are probably ahead. How did you get so many dungeon tokens? Oh, I got so many dungeon tokens by not doing my dungeons, JS. I just been really busy the past week, so I wasn't being able to play as much as I would like to. So that's how I have so many dungeon tokens. How come your staff wand PvP build isn't a common ring, and what do I do if I already have 2 rare rings? Yeah, one thing to remember about this game, Cleo, it's about the game, the rarity of gear and the type of gear in terms of material gear does not matter like it does in other games. It's about the mixture of stats and reaching certain stat breakpoints that matters in this game, right? So having 1 green ring in your build, if that gives you the certain stats that you require, is not going to be detrimental to your build. It'll actually be more beneficial to your build than running a ring that doesn't give you anything to reach your stat breakpoints. So that's something to remember, Cleo. So don't be obsessed about rarity of things. Obviously you don't want a full green build, but having 1 item that's just better than the other options in terms of reaching stat breakpoints is going to be a better idea than to run something that doesn't help you to reach those stat breakpoints that you need to meet in order to be as tanky as you need to be as strong as you need to be in terms of DPS, or to have the health that you need, or to have even just the raw defenses you need, etc., etc. If you have 2 rare rings, that's fine. You just keep the other one in your storage and use it when you want to transfer to the better T1 accessories that will come from the T2 dungeons. And there's always going to be a point where you're replacing gear, so you can keep them and you're going to use it eventually. Okay, I'll keep an eye on your Discord feed close by. Yeah, no worries, Dragon. Hey, how are you doing? Do you know any good build for bow crossbow I could follow? Having a hard time finding one. Yeah, no worries, Shadowcool. The bow crossbow build on the Maxwell is actually not too bad. It's by someone named Blue, who's been playing KR also since launch, so he's pretty knowledgeable of the game when it comes to bow crossbow. I have a question about your staff one PvP build. Should I also pity craft Umbra staff or ancient tapestry mantle? I haven't been lucky to get a nice layer mantle. Thank you for the guide. Oh, thanks you for the subscription, Celeste. Actually, no, I think I saw that a while ago. Sorry, I looked over the left side of my screen. I wasn't like, I was thinking like, did I say thank you to that to that already? But I think I did. Sorry about that. But yeah, should I pity Umbra staff or ancient tapestry mantle? No, I wouldn't pity the tapestry mantle, because that, if I remember correctly, that doesn't really. It still does, but it offers more. Yeah, it is. I'd pity the Umbra Master staff, because that's gonna have a lot more of an impact on your healing output and also your damage, and also meeting certain important staff bonuses. So I do Umbra Master staff. I wouldn't pity this tapestry mantle though. Why do you have strength if your bow and wand? Yep, you have strength because strength is one of your most important stats as a healer in Nekamiya. So this just another thing about this game, you can't get into the mindset that this game is like other games. Stats are different and work differently in this game. So when it comes to the priority of stats, it's usually strength, perception. So strength 50, 60, strength 50 for the heavy attack. That actually has a big impact on your heavy heals when it's just that early, extra 100. And then 60 strength for the max health, which is also super important for survivability. Strength alone just gives you a lot of boost to your raw defenses, which is also super important, but also just more max health, which is important in general for your survivability. 50 strength if you run the full support build, because you don't need hit to land a lot of offensive abilities, because you don't run offensive abilities. 60 strength if you are running more offensive abilities, because you just need to land your offensive abilities like mass sleep. If you're wand staff, you want to land your DPS abilities if you're running a hybrid build. Also counts for not tornado, sorry, because that's multi-hit, so it doesn't really matter. It also accounts for snaring arrow, any debuffs you're running as well. If you're gonna miss all of that, you're gonna feel very useless. So that's why perception is the second most important stat. And then if you're a longbow, you pour the remaining stats into wisdom. If you're staff, you can pour it into dexterity, because you don't need as much wisdom because you have inner peace to help with mana sustain. But yeah, that's why you put into strength. You're reaching stat breakpoints. If you go to my builds on the Maxwell, you can see the stat bonuses that you're aiming for with each of the builds in Nekamiya. So that can help you also put things into a better sort of perspective on why the goals are sort of where they're at right now. Oh, nice, Dragon. Do I own Max Roll? No, I don't own Max Roll. I just have my builds on Max Roll as well, JCU. If I own Max Roll, I'd have like a nice amount of money that would be cool to have. But no, I don't own Max Roll. What's best with wand? I mean, like wand combo, wand and what weapon? Yeah, it depends. There's not really a best in anything. That's why I also don't like tier lists, because I don't believe tier lists are actually accurately represent anything. Every healer build does something better than the other, is what I like to say. And I carefully went through and listed what those things are in the healer Discord. If you go to the announcements, the fourth message pinned in announcements is a full breakdown, like point form list of what each of the healer builds do better than the other, and just things that they do uniquely even. So I look through that list and I'll help you understand sort of like what each of them do that is like pretty unique and that might interest you and what you want to play. But yeah, there's no like best. Like each one does something better than the other. Like Wand Longbow is best with healing throughput, for example. They have the best quantity of heals. But Wand Staff is best at like range AoE CC, but also playing a hybrid build, so they're able to do they're actually able to do really well as a hybrid DPS and healer in PvP and secure like hundreds of like over 100 kills. Like there's one staff players who get over 100 kills and also keep their party alive, so they can play that unique play style that other builds can't play the same way. Juan SNS plays frontline healer. They can group enemies and create good plays for their raid or party to capitalize on. They also can provide really good buffs that are offensive or defensive buffs. They're also good at healing. They also provide healing, just the Juan healing though, it's limited to that. But they also can provide damage mitigation through shields that they can provide to their party members as well. So like they have a unique way of playing as well that's unique, like, you know, that no one else can do. But yes, you can start to see how each build does something really strong that the other build doesn't do, but it doesn't necessarily mean that one build is overall better than the other. Just each do something better than the other in a specific niche of a support type of class or support type of player. Yes, that's why I made that list in the Healer Discord, and I constantly refer to it, so you can just read through the unique aspects of each build to help you understand what you like the most. It's hard to get Excavator Wand from open world boss. Yes, it is. You will rely always on a guild to get those to get that wand. Hey, how's your progression looking like? Yeah, hey Tritus. Not too well. My gear progression looks the same as you probably saw it last time, but I do have things that I'm about to swap into. So I have these boots that I was able to fully trade with the loosen that I got from just selling things. So I'm just gonna get these blue boots to 9, then I get transferred into these boots, and then I got these pants to drop. I didn't get the trade I want, but I do have a lithograph. I did get a lithograph, and then I was able to get I got a great success on that lithograph. So now I am oh yeah, this is the belt I sold to pretty much get a lot of the loosen that I used to like trade myself up. I got lucky on this belt, but oh, it sold. So there, I great success craft these pants, and I sold them because they sold more than the lithograph that I bought for 1k. So now they sold, so I made 5k. I made a 4k profit. And now I'm gonna use this loosen to trade up these pants. And then I'm gonna transfer these pants into these pants. So I will have, probably tomorrow I'll have epic pants and epic boots, and then you'll see some actual progression with my gear. I just need to get I need to get more solent. Oh, I do have a lot more solent now. Okay, well, I'm gonna go do some things then with this solent. What's the difference between bow and staff build? What's the difference between bow and staff build? Why evasion over endurance and staff build? Because of the focus. Aim it. Yeah, you're usually synergizing with what each kit has. So bow runs like endurance either as like a second trait for endurance or just like a double. Oh, an ad is gonna start. I'm gonna snooze it. But sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, you're just synergizing with your like what your kit has, right? So bow has an endurance passive. You're synergizing with the endurance passive. Staff has an evasion skill that's really effective, so you're synergizing with that skill. Everyone can build melee evasion. Every single person can build melee evasion properly because the gear in the game allows you to do that. So everyone can build a base of melee evasion that reaches the breakpoint that you need to hit. So in mid game, that is 1400 to 1500 melee evasion, and in T1 it's 1700 minimum melee evasion. SNS can get away with 1600 melee evasion because they just have extremely high raw defenses to help with damage sustain that other people don't have. But because of that, everyone can run melee evasion. In terms of the second stat, it depends on what you can synergize with to build the proper breakpoint for that stat. So Wand Staff can build a proper breakpoint of range evasion with their buff, and Wand Longbow can build a really good breakpoint of range endurance because of their passive. But because endurance always is subtracted against crit, anyone can technically also run endurance, and because the endurance you can get is 800, which is also a high number, you can also run the melee evasion range endurance build on Wand Staff and it'll be fine. And it's also pretty effective if you're on a server where majority of the range players are running hit builds instead of the usual bonus damage build, crit damage build that like a lot of players were running on KR early on. But yeah, that's like sort of the explanation of the difference between the two and why you run sort of one over the other. Do you have to, it's the breakpoints. Just once you understand what the breakpoints are in Throne of Liberty, it makes gearing a lot easier, and you'll see it in the game in terms of your tankiness and what you're able to do against like other players and stuff like that. Do you have to max all evasion and melee range magic? No, you don't. It's also not really possible with the current gear to do that properly because you have to reach certain breakpoints, like I just explained. Yeah, you can build melee evasion. You can reach melee evasion breakpoint, and you can meet the range of evasion breakpoint. But it's hard to do the melee evasion breakpoint and the magic evasion breakpoint because the melee evasion gear and the magic evasion gear that you want to wear shares a lot of the same slots. But in T2 gear, it becomes a lot more easier as X2. So a lot of things change in T2. Hey Eli, sorry, but I went through your wand dagger. I didn't make the wand dagger builds on max roll. But I did review the gear and the skill builds, and I thought they were good. Just quick question: will this still be viable down the road, like T2, T3? Just don't want to get like demotivated because I had to spend lots to change build. No, Yukishi, you will be changing your builds in T2, T3. The good thing is changing gear in T2, in T3 is a lot easier because all the gear just like drops from dungeons, and they drop really often. And they have double boxes, so like T2 dungeons give you a box at the end of the dungeon that gives you more of the gear that already drops from the initial chest. So you get like double chests, which is pretty cool. So you can get like, you can walk away getting like 3 purple items from one T2 dungeon instead of what we have right now where it's just like usually 1. So like gearing in T2 gets a lot easier because there's just like a lot more ways, or like the chances of getting your drops are increased by a lot, and the ways of getting your drops, there's just a lot more avenues to do that. Wait, which staff you would pity? Yeah, I'm a Mancer. Can you still extract the trait from something if you upgrade it? No, you can't, Matthias. Once you upgrade a piece of gear, you can extract the trait. For one dagger, what can you suggest for a third weapon I can level? Staff. You can do staff, I am really liking Bow Expo. Some people are telling me it's a mean build. What are your thoughts? I play PvE mostly. No, Bow Expo is the point of Bow Expo is to excel in PvE. Shadiko. This stream is like a firehouse of knowledge. Yeah, I try to answer every single question as I can get to them. Yeah, and the VODs do save because I know it's like sometimes I ramble into a question and it's just like it's easy just to tune out when I'm rambling. So I save the VOD so folks can like watch it back as well. Farina with Wand on YouTube and on Twitch, they'll both save. Farina with Wand, what should I start? If you want to do arenas, Pepe's, play Wand Staff. Eli may ask how to install the self button for Swift Healing. Yeah, if you want to do self healing, shortcuts, and then go to the section called Use Skill on Self. You can set up a shortcut for any of your hotkeys, so you can quickly self-cast an ability on yourself. Alternatively, what you could do is you could turn on the option for auto-use non-target beneficial skill on self, and then set up a shortcut right here for cancel friendly target. So what you do is now you can just select a single button. You press the cancel friendly target button, and then you can press the button for any of your heals or your buff, and it'll automatically be used on yourself because you don't have anyone selected. Wait, I'm gonna see this ad again. What should I start? Arena. Here, other guys on YouTube. Yeah, thanks, Ordum. Sounds good. Start with you. Yes, Wand Staff is good. Is like one of the best to start with in arenas. Doesn't matter what weapon you have in your hand during combat. Yes, it does matter, Iceman. Masteries always work for the weapon that they belong to. So because of this, it doesn't matter if you do not need wand in your hands because the wand masteries will always apply to the wand healing abilities and curses, whatever, even if it's in your offhand. So because that's how masteries work, you want to have the weapon out that gives you the best masteries for survivability. And in the case of Wand Lombo, it will be Lombo that gives you better masteries for your survivability. I know you probably answered this, but how do you have your 3 skill loadout setups? Yeah, no worries. I have my PvP loadout first. I have my dungeons loadout second, and then I have my solo AOE DPS dungeon loadout third. This is the one I also swap for my solo boss loadout as well. And all those builds are on my max roll. If you do exclamation point builds, I have my PvP builds and my PvE builds in different guides. Make sure in the top left of your screen you're not locked onto oh, you're talking to them, sorry. Yeah, no reason to keep me. How would you go about playing PvP arena with bow wand? I have a bow wand arena build on my max roll ordem, so you can check that out and see how I sort of like set up my hotbar usually. Sometimes I swap in like strafing and knock. Yeah, it just depends on like sort of who's on my team. Going to 50-50 and wins can't seem to do anything but heal. Yeah, you can swap in strafing knock, but like yeah, there's not much you can do in terms of like providing burst damage like a wand staff, because you know staff is just staff, as we all know, in arenas. But yeah, it's I think over time you'll figure out how to carry your team with bow wand. How to craft litho that can be sold. Yeah, so if you want to craft a litho, if you want to turn an item into a lithograph more so, I didn't even see all the drops that I got a bunch of these. Oops. Sorry about that. How to craft litho like, oh sorry, that's what I was showing, sorry. So yeah, go to craft. Weapon, armor, accessories all have their own, but if you go to the chest icon in each of these, or sorry, the bag icon, scroll down, you craft a precious blank lithograph, and you use this to craft an item into a lithograph, or turn an item into a lithograph. One intent for increasing combat power. I feel like I'm stuck. Thought it was because I didn't have purples. Yeah, no. You can increase combat power in many ways. You can increase combat power. The more skills that you have, closer to Epic 5, increase your combat power. So every single level increase in a skill, individual skill, increases your combat power. I'm gonna snooze the ad again, just like the last time I can do this, because you only do it 3 times. That's weird. But yeah, so that will that's one way to increase your combat power. You can also increase your combat power the higher mastery levels are, the more your combat power will increase as well. And you also increase combat power by the amount of traits in your gear. So the more traits you have in your gear will increase your combat power. The higher enhanced levels, the more more enhanced levels you have on your gear also increase your combat power. So it's not just the rarity, it's all those different things combined that increase your combat power. And specifically it's the level skills on your bar that increase your combat power as well. So it's the ones that you have slotted in your bar. That's why when you sometimes slot skill bars, your combat power changes, because you maybe swap to a bar that doesn't have, a lot of level like 2 to 5 epic skills and stuff like that. Yeah, no worries, Matt. Did you do all those guys on max roll? No, I didn't do all the guys on max roll. There's like a bunch of people who helped. I only did the wand Lambo, wand staff guys on max roll Seikichi. How do you find your breakpoints? No, you find the breakpoints through testing. So like on KR, because a lot of us played KR for quite a while, a lot of folks dedicated a lot of time, including myself, to figuring out what the breakpoints are So that's how we figured out what breakpoints were on what the breakpoints were on KR. So we spent like hours and days and weeks and months for some of the stats to figure out exactly how they worked, what were the secrets behind the stats that the devs didn't want to tell us in terms of like the formulas and stuff like that. So we figured that all out on our own because the devs didn't want to reveal that information. So we just revealed it for ourselves essentially. But I do have an article on Maxroll that you can check out that shows a lot of those like hidden formulas, and also just explaining how the stats work based on the test that like multiple people, including myself, did on KR. So we all did our own separate tests and then compared notes for all the people from a bunch of different guilds and stuff like that on KR when we were all playing. I was wondering if you have a Wanbo PvE build. I do. If you do exclamation point builds, exclamation point builds nim, you can filter for my Wan Lombo PvE builds and you'll see that there as well. You can take a look. Hi there. Chain hook starts as an 80% chance to pull a target towards the user, binding the target for 2 seconds. It's a check versus melee hit, collision, or bind. If I trade it, oh yeah, so the 80% chance for a CC to land when that's set on a skill, that is chance. And that's a chance stat. So chance stat does not interact with evasion stat, and it does not interact with your hit stat. It's a completely separate stat that only interacts with the resistance stats. So chance only works to counter resistance. Resistance only works to counter chance. That's it. So getting more chance will not increase your hit, essentially, or building more chance will not increase your chances of a skill not evading. Because what can happen, a skill can evade, but the CC can still go through. If that makes sense. I think I got that backwards. Yeah, sorry. The damage of a skill can evade, but the CC can still go through. That's the better way to put it. Hey, little fatty. Eli finally streams. I haven't actually streamed. This is I'm like counting because there's so little. This little amount of times I've streamed. This is like my 10th time streaming now. So 10 times. I got affiliate on the 7 days thing. But yeah, it's my 10th time streaming, which shows, especially earlier, I was like struggling to read chat and play the game at the same time. But learning with the chat. The folks in the chat are helping the learning with the helpful critiques, so I appreciate that. But yeah, is AntsNest bugged? No, AntsNest's not bugged. I don't think it is. I was just looking, but listening to you in the background for the past hour has made me learn so much good information. Thank you for no worries, K-Fox, and thanks for listening in. How important is the weaken removal on Clay Salvation and PvP? I don't think it's that important in terms of the points that you can put elsewhere, if that makes sense. But I'm not saying it's a terrible specialization, but the points that you put into that specialization you can put elsewhere and it's more beneficial. Odin's. Thanks, Sesu. Yeah, no worries, Cholette. I have a great stream. Yeah, no worries, Tazis. Thanks for stopping by. Or thanks for stopping by. Okay, ad's gonna start in 46 seconds and I can't snooze it anymore, so I apologize for that. I'm gonna try to get through rapid fire questions. Go. I can't play much right now, but plan on to further future. Will I have more time? But yeah, no worries, Ezil. No worries, Key. You know if AntsNest is bugged? Yeah, I don't know if AntsNest is bugged. Is Dagger Wand Dagger build for DPS or utility? You can play either. You can play Wand Dagger DPS or you can play Wand Dagger as a support sort of utility build. I'm losing out a lot of my server is smaller compared to guilds of my friends in another server, and their top one guild has 2 times more activity than my top one. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's different ways you can get like high activity points. You just have to do co-op events is super important for that. I want to know your opinion on Is the ad running? I don't know if it's... I can open up my stream. Actually, it won't show for me, would it? I don't want to like answer questions when that ad is running. It's probably running, huh? Yeah, there's an area you want to ride the Gigantrite to. It's easy to tell Iceman because everyone jumps off at the same time. So you don't have to worry about missing it. This is helpful. There's a... Oh, no ad? Okay, maybe the ad didn't go. Okay, cool. So check out that article. Iceman, it shows the routes for the Gigantrite. So that's going to be super helpful. Yeah, no worries. I'll post it on YouTube too, as well, so the folks on YouTube can see the article that I just linked. Thanks, Fatty. Oh, my voice is soothing. That's funny. Thanks. Oh, you just got it? Okay. I'll pause the question answering. Says ad break ends in 16 seconds. I think you guys were some of you folks have some secret tech to get through ads quicker. Okay, the ad break is done. Hope folks got some water. Is dagger on wand? Dagger build is pretty... Oh, sorry, ready to answer that? It was being outlawed. My server is smaller. Yeah, there's ways of increasing your activity points. Like the co-op events, a lot of people don't know increase your activity points by, I think, the most right now. So if your entire guild goes to a co-op event, you can get a huge boost in your activity points. Doing contracts also increases your activity points. There's a bunch of things, really. I want to know your opinion on Wand Dagger. Is it good on small scale PvP and PvE? Yes, Wand Dagger is really good in small scale PvP. It's one of the best in small scale PvP because it can have really good survivability. So it's harder for people to just focus kill you. In PvE, you can play it in PvE just fine. You depend a lot on Wand for the solo PvE aspect of the game, and then in a party you can do really well too. What route do you go first in your mastery for Wand? You go the middle row first in the mastery for Wand. So you can see here I went down the middle row up to 6. Now I'm doing the top row. Same thing for longbow. You go the middle row up to 6, and then you do the top row up to 9 to perception, and you do movement speed last. Eli, is the Night Slayer's mantle kind of rare to drop farming these? Yeah, they are. The open world mobs, so like not open world dungeon, but open world mobs outside of those open world dungeons have a really low drop rate, unfortunately. Can every litho be sold in HA? When I hover the item before I make the litho, it's grayed out. Not every item. No, not every item can be made into a litho, Felix. So like co-op dungeon weapons cannot be made into a lithograph, for example. But usually majority of items can. Like co-op dungeon armor can be made into a lithograph, for example. Most drops that you get from open world dungeons can also be made into lithographs as well. Checking your guide and it says endgame gear depends on your server. How would you get to go about? You can just check like the go to the rankings, go to real-time rankings, go to kill rankings, and you can just go through these people on the real-time rankings list and see what weapons they're running and using. And those are like top fraggers right now in PvP. And you can just see like if it's dominated by a certain weapon, then you know exactly what's dominating your survey. But another thing is if you are doing small scale in arenas a lot and you prefer small scales in arenas, melee evasion is going to be really beneficial for you as a healer in those scales of PvP because you're going to be focused a lot. As you can see in like my past VODs or even like in earlier fights I just had, it's very hard for a great source to kill me. right now because melee evasion is very effective when you stack it properly and reach the proper breakpoints. Oh, thanks for this subscribing, Rapid. I appreciate that. Yeah. If you are not doing a lot of small scale arenas, or you don't really like small scale arenas, then focus building against whatever's dominating your rankings. Usually it's gonna be like staff players and longbow players. One stat PvP, any thoughts? One stat PvP is really good as a healer support. You can also play as a hybrid, which is also super strong too. MU, thanks for your hard work. Yeah, no worries, Artem. Thank you. What do you usually look for when deciding on a contract? When deciding on a contract, like early game, like my focus on getting both of my weapons to +9. So I take a lot of the rubies or rubiks, or the rare rubrics or contracts. Once I get both of those weapons to +9, I start focusing more on like my armor. So I start getting the rare Stalin ores to sort of finish training up or leveling my armor, and then I stack it more because eventually I'm gonna need more for my purple armor, right? So I do armor, and then once I'm done armor, I'll move on to accessories. So that's sort of like the order I follow. Night, Loki. If you're still here, I'm gonna send you a DM too. Is PvP trinket worth it? Yes, PvP trinket extremely worth it. Every single person in this game should get the PvP trinket if you're doing PvP Frenchies, because it will help you from death so many times. It can help you also just stay alive to change the time, like to really do a game-changing play as well. But yeah, the PvP trinket is extremely worth it for sure. Hitting more hit will increase more chance. Is it? No. Chance and hit are separate stats, Mew. Chance only works to counter resistance. Resistance only works to counter chance. Hit works to only counter evasion, and evasion only works to counter hit. So they're two different things. They don't merge or overlap. So like the example I said earlier, the damage of an ability can miss, but the CC can still land. So like that's an example. Like they're separated. The functions are separated. How do you set up a mouse over heal? Yeah, you set up a mouse over heal. It's gonna be in settings. Why is this highlighted? Oh, that's old. So it's gonna be in settings. And I think it's gameplay. And I think it's oh, excuse me, sorry. Yawning there. Where is it? I think it's
Oh, 1 second, beer pack. Hey, sorry, I'm back.
I don't remember where the where that option is.
Got something to craft? There's no need to carry your materials with you. We'll take them off your hands.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, Lomita, it's right here. Auto target when attacking. So you turn on auto target with mouse over when attacking with auto target, and then so you turn that on, and then whenever you use like a healing ability or whatever, it's gonna prioritize the target that your mouse is over. And then you can also turn this on so you can like prioritize it in a certain way as well. So you can set up how it's prioritized as well in terms of the selection. So yeah, it's right there under target. There's no mobs and ants nests on EU for 2 days now. Oh, that's really weird, Kixie. I'm not sure why that's happening. Do you like Supreme Devotion Cloak? Yeah, I like Supreme Devotion Cloak Dragon. I think it's a really good early game cloak. It helps with mana regen, especially for Lombo, because you go you run out of mana really fast. If you're a staff, you don't need it. But Lombos can benefit from Devotion Cloak. It's also something you can use in T1 endgame as a swap if you're struggling with mana. You just put that cloak on and it fixes all your issues. Any issues that you might have. So it's a good cloak. You should run it if you have it. These are like food for rare drops. There's no food does not drop, if that's what you're asking, in terms of like mats to make the food, if that's what you meant. There are rare drops for crafting certain foods for sure. Hey, is there a way to change the group to other? Sometimes when I join a group, I'm on the first position, but no, there's no way to do that, Vala. It's really annoying. Yeah, I'm following your guide on Maxwell for Wand Staff. Does it share the same similar gear with Wand Bow? No, Wand Staff and Wand Bow use different gear builds. Slight differences. If you're on the melee evasion range endurance build on wand lombo, you can use that same build on wand staff though. So that's like a tip. Was there an area you have to ride the Gigantoid to? Yeah, if you yeah, you want to ride the Gigantoid is gonna ride close to Ceradome Island, and then you just jump off and fly to the waypoint, Iceman. Oh, is it Xenox? Well, hopefully your server gets a little bit more active, or you folks are able to transfer to a more PvP active server. How do weapons work? What? Oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way, Koopa. I appreciate that, and thanks for being here as well. How do weapons work? What weapon stats and masteries are active/used when casting skills? If I cast staff skills, does it use staff stats? And do I lose wand stats during the time? Yeah. So, masteries is the only thing that's impacted with your offhand and main hand. Passes will always work, regardless if it's in your offhand or main hand. The ones that you have equipped, of course. But when you use staff skills, the masteries of your staff will always be activated to work on your staff. Yes. If your staff's on in your offhand, if your wand's in your offhand, your wand hand masteries will always work to use on this to work on the skills on your wand, if it's in your offhand. Hey, is there a way to change the group? Oh, you already answered that, Vala. So let me know if you're here when I answered that question. I missed the wand staff versus wand bow gears and already. Sorry. The wand staff wand bow gear similarity. Oh, I just answered that as well, Coldy. Let me know if you're here when I just address that question. But yeah, wand bow, melee evasion, and range endurance gear can be used for wand staff. So that's just like a little tip. Do you think SNS wand can be a good support? Yes, I think SNS wand can be a good support, Andre. A lot of SNS wand in my guild have proven that, and also on KR, there's like majority of like healers on KR at one point were only SNS wand, and they're the only healer that was being accepted into parties. This was before specializations. After specializations, they're still very strong and relevant. Yeah, no worries, Ortum. Eli, I've been struggling to unlock leveling traits for equips, also making Lucent. Do you have any tips on making Lucent and farming gear to unlock traits? Yeah, I actually have a command for that, Dizo. If you do exclamation point commands, and then there should be a how to make Lucent command. There's an article for that you can read. It tells you all the different traits that you should sell for Lucent, what kind of gear you can lithograph for Lucent, and all that stuff. Food that you can make for Lucent, I think, is in there too. But yeah, you should definitely give that a look. How to benefit from wand mastery when holding a bow most of the time? Yeah, Shadowcap. So the way masteries work, masteries will always apply to the weapons they belong to, right? So because masteries always apply to the weapons that they belong to, whenever you use a healing ability and you use a curse ability, whatever you use from the wand's ability kit, even though it's in your offhand, it will always be applied to those skills. So what that means is, since that's how masteries work, you always want to have the weapon out that gives you the best masteries for survivability. And in this case, for wand lombo, it's going to be lombo. Lombo gives you way better survivability over wand, in terms of having it out in your hands at all times. So that's why you keep it out in your hands at all times. And there's no, negative it doesn't negatively impact your healing, because again, the wand masteries will always apply to your wand skills whenever you use wand skills. Hey, can you send us a link with your build? Yeah, WLSG is on my max roll. So if you just go here and filter it to my wand lombo and wand staff builds, you'll see my wand lombo PvE and PvP builds, and my wand staff PvE and PvP builds as well. Wand just isn't dropping for me. Any other decent way to craft it? Yeah, the Lek wand, another decent way. The only other way to craft it is to get like 80 tokens in the Cave of Destruction dungeon, and use those 80 tokens to craft a Lek wand. What's the closest weapon set to a bard? Yeah, the closest thing to a bard, well, would probably be... Yeah, there's not really like one build that does exactly what a Bard would do. Juan Lombo has the healing overtime that a Bard would normally do. But they also have like the best healing throughput in the game because they have like just the most quantity of heals. Juan SNS has the buffs that you probably want from a Bard. So Juan Staff sorta, but you don't really want to share buffs on Juan Staff because it's better if you use it on yourself for your survivability. But yeah, Juan SNS, Juan Lombo. Bard is sort of like a class that's missing right now, but I'm sure it's something that they're going to be putting in as well. It's like a popular class to put in these types of games. Do we know when the vampire skins are coming? Yes, they're going to be coming probably. I believe they're going to be added closer to the end of October, Dragon. It's in the shortcuts. Use skills unindicated target, Eli. Oh yes, I read that late, Meow. But yeah, thank you. Can you show your current build for PvE and PvP? Yeah, my current builds that I'm using are the same ones on my max roll. Muammar, so I just linked that in the YouTube chat. So if you go there and go to the PvE builds, you'll see the ones that I'm currently using. But you can see I have the dungeons one here. This one just augmented a bit because I forgot to put on healing touch when I ran a tempo earlier. So I had to like sort of panic put it on, but it was obviously too late. So that was unfortunate on my end. That was my own fault. But yeah, like this is sort of what I was using. Normally it would just be like knock arrow here. Like this is the end game PvE build, and I use this with my static because they already know mechanics quite well, so we don't have to worry about I don't have to worry about people losing health too much. And then solo, I run this for solo, which is also on my, well, both those builds are also on my max roll. And this was my PvP build as well. There is ants on EU, just not on a few servers. Like, oh, I see. So there's like some weird issues on EU. I see. Carnix versus 2-Blex bow. Carnix bow for PvE, 2-Blex for PvE. Last question. Sorry. How do we get more tokens to get more weapon skins from Battle Pass? I finished it. Yeah, no worries. So how do you get more tokens to get more weapon skins from Battle Pass? You get more tokens by just completing the dailies and weeklies. So we have 2 more weeks of weeklies. You're gonna get a lot of tokens from these, so you're gonna be able to probably buy at least another weapon with these tokens. And once you also complete the always one, and also all the dailies you're gonna do, you might even be able to get enough tokens to get 2 weapons. Yeah, you should be able to get 2 weapons. So with these tokens you have now, you should be able to get 2 additional weapons with weeks 3 and 4. So you just have to wait. Why is your mid-game melee evasion range of yours doesn't show where the pants drop from? From the Juan bow build. Yeah, it does. If you scroll over the item, it even says where they drop from in the skill embed. Oh, I see. You're saying it's not in like the text or something. Yeah, I think someone accidentally deleted that because I had it there, but I know one of my teammates wanted to edit some stuff in my in this build in terms of the formatting. So I think when they were editing the formatting, they probably forgot to add back the gear source for that. So sorry about that. But I think, yeah, I think he made a little mistake there. But I can add it in there. Seeing that he accidentally took it out. But if you scroll over the item, you can see it drops from Avalos Guardians and Frenzied Avalos Guardians, and also Minzarok. So those are like the 3 places you'll get it from. But you get it from Sanctum of Desire. So if you go to the Sanctum of Desire, you kill the Avalos Guardian mobs. Also from the weekly pouch, like the pouches you get from the weekly scrolls at the Sanctum Desire also has a chance of giving you the greaves. You're gonna get a lot of the greaves, if I'm being honest with you. You're gonna get so many greaves. You can fully trade the greaves very easily from Sanctum Desire. Just get a party obviously to do the mobs because they're very tanky and hard to do solo. Hey, you know any good farming build for SNS Wand? Not necessarily like any that I've made on my own, but I know Max Roll's Wand SNS PvE builds does have a farming build, so I checked that out. But I haven't made any personally, Taishin. Is Wand SNS good for PvP large? Yeah, Wand SNS is probably one of the strongest for PvP large scale. I want to say thank you to all the guides. Yeah, no worries, Evax. And thanks for stopping by. Luckwood just isn't dropping for me. Why any other doesn't way to craft it? Oh, I already answered that, Kevin. But yeah, when you get 80 tokens, you can craft a Luck one. Oh, is your name Eli too? Oh, that's funny. It's the best name. How would I build a Wand Greatsword? What are the few key things? Yeah, if you want to build a Wand Greatsword, you can run the melee evasion, range endurance, longbow build. It would work for it. You can run a full endurance build if you wanted to, because you have the extra max health. You have the really high amount of max health and also high defenses with the Greatsword passive in order to run an effective endurance build. But I would run the melee evasion range endurance build just to make sure you're not obstructed by any sort of like stuns or hard CCs when trying to maneuver or throughout the battlefield, or use certain like stun combos to set up kills for your raid. But what else was I gonna say there? Yeah, use a max health sword would be helpful. And then also I think something to remember is like you can potentially play Wand Greatsword also as a hybrid build, but that's less tested than the more tanky support utility build. When picking defense, is range evasion and then magic endurance fine, or is it like evasion, etc.? It depends on what you're playing. If you're playing Wand Staff, you want to probably do evasion, unless you're doing like the melee evasion range endurance build. If you're playing Wand Lombo, you want to just do either endurance, or you're doing the melee evasion range endurance build. You should never really ever be doing range evasion and magic endurance. That's going to result in very low raw defenses, and you need high raw defenses and high max health if you're going to do any sort of endurance build. So you have to keep that in mind. Is there an easy way to get green weapon lithograph? I want to try to yeah, it's like just contract tokens. You just get the lithographs through that. Hey Jets, thank you. Hit the Discord. Battle Pass worth. Yeah, I found the Battle Pass worth, so I got it. Is there an alternative to Routine's Bracers and Sophia's Neck as I choose different options when leveling? Slaughter's Necklace is the alternative for Sophia's Neck, which is also harder to get though. And then, or you can run the green melee evasion necklace and the green melee evasion bracelet. You can also run Beast Bracers, but like you're gonna have to run a green melee evasion of either one of those accessories. If you made a mistake and didn't get the ones you were supposed to. Wait, you can use it's a craft luck one. I thought it's only no. You can use a craft luck one. Alright, where do you craft the luck one? I can only see gear. Yeah, you oh. Wait.
Got something to craft? There's no need to carry your materials with you. We'll take them off your hands.
Craft the box. Weapons box. This tyrants. Oh, they only have the armor boxes and. Yeah, sorry about that, Kevin. And they only have the boxes for the armor in here right now. They don't have the boxes for weapons. So you can only craft the armor in global NA. One dagger is yeah, no worries, D's. No worries, Memo. Thank you for answering my question about collision resist. Sounds like if I get a Cornelius sword, it would make my collision skills pretty strong. Cornelius sword? Does Cornelius sword have like collision resistance or something like that on it? Oh, you mean collision chance? Yeah, it would increase your collision chance by a lot. I believe you be one of not the best. Oh, thanks, Death. I appreciate that. Can you show us your solo build? Yeah, my solo build is this. It's also on my max roll though, Rook. If you just do exclamation point builds, you should be able to locate my solo build so you can see it in a bit more detail. Oh, did you, Death? Yeah. Well, I'm glad that my information is helpful. That's funny. Hello, Eli. First of all, I want to appreciate you guys because you helped me a lot with your builds. Do you sometimes swap any skill Purifying Touch on some on some dungeons? Yes, I do. I use Purifying Touch if I'm running without my static in Butcher's Canyon, because I find it's helpful when people get stuck in the rings that stun you. And then you can also run it in Temple as well when someone gets stunned after the fireballs. Or when the tank gets stunned after the fireballs. Yeah, first of all, I want to... Oh yeah, sorry, I read that. It is very difficult to drop items from monsters. Is there a trick for this, or does all depend on luck? Yes, it depends on luck when they're like mobs that are not the open world dungeon mobs. Yes, there are other class discords. If you join the healer discord, you could see the invitations to those other discords under the welcome category. It's so yeah, you can join those other discords as well. There's like a DPS discord and I think a tank discord as well. I figured out how to get more tokens, spend losing. I want a third on the greatsword. I plan on using greatsword with my wand later down the line. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, if you're gonna play wand greatsword, you will really enjoy it. But I totally get trying to match the cosmetics for sure. Yeah, my favorite healer streamer. Maybe you will have time later to answer my question on the Discord about your bow. But don't worry. Yeah, no worries. If you send me a message on Discord Zimmy, I can answer it when I have a moment later today. And I seem to struggle with small skill. I'm in a group of 6, but I constantly get stun locked PvP and then get walked over. I play one. Yeah, it depends on like where you're at with your stats right now, Haruz. If you're playing Lombo Wand, you want to have around 1400 to 1500 melee evasion right now to have a proper amount of melee evasion is very noticeable. At T1, you want to have 1700 melee evasion. If you're running an endurance build, for an endurance build to really work effectively, you need to have all the your endurance is fully traded. That way you're reaching your proper endurance breakpoints to feel it in PvP. But then that's also why if you're doing small scale and arena build, like I always say this, but when you're doing small scale or arena, melee evasion will always feel better for the fact that you can just evade the CC, which makes you which makes it extremely difficult to heal and support your party or yourself. Can you show your build? Yeah. I also have my build on my max roll, Griff. So if you visit my max roll, you'll also see my my builds there as well. If you're just interested in my Juan Lombo builds, I can link that to you here. But they're also just Juan Staff, Juan Lombo PvE and PvP builds, all separate. They're also on my max roll. But I just linked that to you on the YouTube. Hey, thank you for the Juan Lombo healer build on max roll, helping a lot. Yeah, no worries. Okay, there, I helped. I'm glad I helped. What trainer item are you using? Yeah, it's the same ones that I have on my Maxwell Griff. But the traits that I have are just a normal, like, you know, endurance, evasion trait, and then like max health usually if there's max health. Thanks for subscribing, Kazuri. I appreciate that. Yeah, welcome to the stream. The cloak and the pants are the wrong cloaks and pants. That's not what I want to wear in this build. But I just didn't get the ones that I want to wear, which I will eventually swap those in, probably tomorrow. This is my chest right now. It's my gloves, just endurance, evasion, max health, mana regen, evasion, endurance. Those don't have traits. And then this one I just have max health in it. This one I just have max health in it. This one's not like even really traded. This one I have crit and max health. And this one I have crit and max health only. Yeah. How do you know if you're making profit selling traits? Yeah, you're making profit selling traits if you, if anything sells for over like 200 Lucent, you're making profits. In terms of like traits, if you're extracting traits. Ideally you want to extract traits of things that sell over like 1k Lucent. But if you just like, if you're getting so if you're selling a blue trait and the blue trait sells for over like 200 Lucent, you should sell it. Or you should extract the trait and sell it, because that will actually make a profit, because it costs a little amount of extraction stones to actually extract traits from blue gear. If it's a purple piece of equipment, I would extract the trait if it's worth over like 800 Lucent, maybe 600, but like over 800 Lucent, I'd say it's a good place to extract the trait to sell it, just because it costs more stones. In your maximum guide for Juan Staff, your endgame builds are consistent of a few blue items. Is this true endgame build, or the full purple build is not available until phase 2? Yep, you just have to remember about the thing about Throne of Liberty. Throne of Liberty is not about, it's not like other games where you have to have like all the different endgame rarities, or you have to have all epics at endgame, or you have to have all cloth gear, all plate gear, all leather gear, right? That's not how Throne of Liberty works when it comes to gearing. It's about a balancing of stats. When you reach the balancing of stats to reach the proper breakpoints, and you know what those breakpoints are, and I share those breakpoints in the Discord, I share those breakpoints in an article as well, based on all the tests that were conducted on KR by myself and other players as well. So it's not like, you know, it's not like hidden information, or like information like anyone's trying to hide. It's information that's out there to help players gear properly. But you're reaching these breakpoints in order to properly gear and feel tanky, or do a lot of damage in PvP or PvE. So that's how gearing works in a nutshell in Throne of Liberty, and that's why there's different rarity of gears in endgame, in a lot of endgame builds, right? It's not just healers, it's like DPS and tanks that also have different rarity of gear in their endgame builds, because they're trying to reach certain stat breakpoints. Obviously, you're not going to have all greens at endgame or all blues in endgame. There's just like usually one sprinkled in somewhere, because it allows you to reach that breakpoint that you need to meet. And it doesn't have a detrimental impact on your survivability or damage. It usually has even a better impact on your survivability or damage compared to having like an epic piece in that slot. Eli, what's your rating on Greatsword Dagger for small scale and large scale? Small scale, it dominates. In large scale, it struggles, but it can be good, depending on who's using the piece of gear, or who's using the build, right? It's more skill based in large scale, but they're not going to obviously rack in the same amount of skills as like a Lombo Staff or a Lombo Dagger. You can craft weapons with 80 tokens, right? You need 20 from each dungeon. I couldn't find the box that I'm trying to remember from KR when you're trying to craft a weapon from a dungeon. So yeah, I only see the Abyss ones, but I don't see the one that I'm trying to think of. So I don't know if you can. Yeah, I'm not sure. T2 weapons, that's how T2 weapons worked, Slusk. But I think for T1 gear, it doesn't work that way. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, never mind. It does. So it's right here. Where was the person who was asking earlier? I'm blind. Thanks, Lusk. Craft 2 of the salvation tokens, and you can craft the dungeon weapon. It's similar to like T2s, how T2 worked. So you craft 2 of these salvation tokens, and you can craft any of the dungeon weapons. So that is that you can do that in T1. Hi, Kroll. I'm just wondering why you don't include Vortex upgraded in Tornado and Longbow Wand for healer mass PvP. Yeah, I think I still included that as like an alternative. Rolling through. I think I took it off as an alternative. But yeah, the tornado skill is a good skill. And you can run the tornado ability. There's something wait, it is included in this build, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's in the it is there. If you go to the Kroll, if you go to my Juan Lambo PvP build, you go to the large scale support build. If you scroll down in that tab, you're gonna see the full healing and support build. The tornado ability is in there. Yeah, you can use the tornado ability, and I usually use it in that build. I only have like a snaring arrow when I play small scale because tornado is not as helpful in like small scale fights or arenas. Or sorry, not arenas, but in small scale fights, it's a lot more chasing going on that we're doing. So the snaring arrow helps a lot with folks who are just trying to run away, or to lock someone down that's like mobile or like a healer or stuff like that. But in PvP, I do use Vortex. I'm Sap Dagger in a competitive fight. I'm Sap Dagger on the global server. What defense you guys think would be good? Sap Dagger can run range evasion, magic evasion, but you can also run melee evasion and range endurance as well. But you're more so focusing on DPS gear, so your evasions will be different. Range and magic evasion usually works with a 2-piece Reaper set a lot more easier. So you can consider that. It's a way for you to I'm gonna end the stream as well, folks, in a couple minutes. So I know there's like a couple questions, so I'm gonna try to get through as many as I can, but then I'm gonna end the stream and head to bed because it's pretty late over here. But yeah, I appreciate folks for stopping by. I'm gonna try to get through some more questions before I officially end the stream. But let's see how fast we can get through these. Is there a way for you to show? Is there a way for you to show us what pimper gear we should aim for when it comes to those of us who want to run melee evasion and range endurance? Yeah, it's on my Max Roll Dragon. I put that in the YouTube already, so I'm not sure if you missed it. But yeah, if you go to a Max Roll, this link, I'm sending it directly to you. If you open up that link, you'll be able to look at those recommendations, or those gear builds that I've been discussing as well. You might have probably joined the YouTube chat after I linked it before. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Harus. I appreciate that. And welcome to the stream. We've probably been here already. Been here for a while, but yeah, thank you for subscribing. Which traits should I prioritize while farming for new gear? I'm following your guide, but sometimes I drop other weapons that I don't know if I should swap. Farshal Longbow, Expo Longbow of Resistance. Prioritize while farming for new gear. Yeah, if you're farming for new gear, you can if you're talking about weapons, usually it's like hit, heavy attack, and crit, or hit, heavy attack, health, depending on what's on like the weapon. But if you look at my my master build, you can see sort of the traits I recommend for different weapons that are included in the builds, and that can help like give you an idea of like what are some good traits to go after. Hey Char, what's up? Thanks Char, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thought I was going crazy. I know you're good. Kyo. Weapons, you need 10 of each coin, Kevin, and then you gotta... Yes, exactly. How to get Abyss currency. You get Abyss currency from the weekly scrolls. So you can get Abyss currency from completing weekly scrolls, which are these weekly scrolls you can buy from the Sundries merchant. And then you can also get Abyss currency from the Ceradome Island nighttime boxes as well. RNG chance. You can either get Abyss currency, you can get Abyssal contract tokens, or you can get dimensional contract tokens. So it's like RNG on like sort of what you get. You need 2 of the same special coin to make boss weapons. Yes. Which item would you suggest to build for first purple as wand staff user, Liquirius or Umbra? Craft your Liquirius first. Show us your mastery, please. Yeah, you can also see my mastery on my Maxwell Dragon. So if you do exclamation point builds, since you're on Twitch, you will see that the links pop up, and then you can see the masteries there, and you can reference them as well, which is helpful when I'm like not streaming. But I went the middle routes first for 6, and then you're gonna do the top route, and you're gonna fully cap the top route for wand. And then for Lombo, you're gonna do the middle roll to 6, and then you're gonna do perception, and then you're gonna do movement speed. Yeah, the CC cleanse work on the rings scroll. Or they should work on the rings. I found your guide. I chose the wrong equipment. And also, if you're a staff player, the pulls, you can use pulls to pull people out to safety in those dungeons as well. Before I found your guide, I chose the wrong equipment. And the story goes, do you think it's for farming bombs? If it's a lot of equipment that you chose that incorrectly, Dizu, I don't think it's gonna be worth your time, to be honest with you. If you create 2 heroes on one count, do they share the gear? No, they don't share the same gear, but they share the same lucent. I think someone already answered you. It's good. You can craft the weapons you need to change questions. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, no worries, Harus. Melee evasion, triple jersey for SNS wand. If for SNS wand, you can do melee evasion, range. You can do melee evasion, range endurance build, or you can do triple endurance. They both work really well, mainly because SNS wand has like really high base defense and really high max health. That synergize really well for both of those builds. So yeah, that doesn't really help. But if you do a lot of small scale and arenas, melee evasion, range endurance would feel really good in those. If you do a lot more large scale, you only care about large scale, you can do triple endurance. That'll feel really good. I mean, you can extract traits from equipment and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I see you guys having a little chat there. That's cool. Is it hard to get the wand? If you're talking about Liquirius wand, it's RNG, but you can. There is a pity system for it, which we were just talking about a little earlier. You craft 2 of these salvation tokens, and then you can pity the wand. Yeah, I've been using your guide extremely for wand staff. Thank you so much for your. Yeah, no worries, Kazuri. Thank you, and thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry about this. Thanks, Senna. I appreciate that. Put in some little time in putting this okay, when you zoom in it looks a little weird, but if you just stay at a distance, you know, it's one of those things where you just look at it from a distance, it looks really nice. Cool. Don't mean to I don't know if it makes sense to change builds from one bow to one staff or one energy. You can do that, Denji. You can just level up a bow to 9 and then swap it in. The only thing is just leveling up your DPS skills on the staff, so you can do damage with your skills, decent damage with your skills. Can anyone share the healer Discord channel, please? Yeah, the vanity link for joining the healers Discord is just healers T and L Vinicius. So do that and you're in. May I ask what blue equipment for max heal, staff wand, small skill PvP? Yeah, you would want to do the melee evasion, range endurance build, Umar. You can find that here. I'm just gonna link it to you. Find that here. Sorry, you do melee evasion. I would do this one actually. Just do melee evasion, range endurance. Place the bow with the staff. Is not wasteful to a degree to trade blue gear since and that was a comment on YouTube I was responding to for folks who are on Twitch. Is not wasteful to a degree to trade blue gear since the mats are quite expensive, etc. Yeah, you should show. Here's the thing: if the blue piece of equipment that you're trying to trade is something you can get from an open world dungeon, so that means it drops quite often and frequently, and it's easy to trade because of that, trade it up. If the item you replace that piece of equipment though also drops from an open world dungeon and is also dropping very frequently and easy to trade up, swap to that item once you get like the proper amount of traits into it, but it should be fairly quickly. But usually you're just full trading blue gear because it's the easiest to just trade up and also the cheapest. What does more damage between SNS Greatsword and Wand Staff? Purely for Wand Staff will do more damage. Is it more difficult to drop items for monsters? Is there a trick for this, or does it all depend on luck? It depends on luck if you're doing open world mobs that are not open world dungeon mobs. I'm just passing through. Wanted to say what you're doing is nice content, secret player. I love it. Yeah, no worries, critics, and I appreciate you stopping by and saying that. I'm wondering how future-proof is T1 build when T2 hits. Will it be viable? Yes, T1 builds will be very viable when T2 hits. As you're transitioning into that T2 build, in T2 gear. So it's the same experience we had on KR as well. When T2 gear hit, everyone was still running T1 gear for a very long time, like at least 2 months into T2 content. After T2 content released, people were still in T1 gear and transitioning into T2 gear. And then they made T2 gear extremely easy to get, and like it was fast. Everyone just started transitioning to T2 gear very fast, no matter if you're free to play or whatnot. Because it just made it very easy and accessible for everyone, which is pretty cool. So we're gonna have a better experience of T2 gear on NA because we're getting the better version of it, in terms of obtaining the gear. Blue chains minimum, silver purple traits minimum. What's up? Yeah, no worries. Hello, I made your issue with targeting on PC. Please help me send the chains. Yeah, new kid, you can check out the latest settings video I have on my YouTube, new kid. And that will help you with setting up your settings properly so it feels a bit better, or a lot better in PvP. Thank you for the stream. Can you give us your commands to find more your content? Yeah, if you do exclamation point commands, there's a whole slew of commands that you can use, janitor. For example, I'm having issues targeting enemies and allies who aren't in my party, and if I have my AoE heals auto cast on mob I have targeted. Yeah, if you're having issues targeting people outside of your party, you just, like, if it's a clicking issue, it's just really just a clicking issue. If you're saying that it's just not working when you're trying to target them, that can be for many reasons. It could be because you're not in combat and the other person's in combat. Just because you heal someone that's in combat doesn't put you in combat. Like, you actually have to hit an enemy to be in combat, unfortunately, in the game. It could be for the fact that, like, if it's, for example, faction wars, which is also very annoying, if they are hostile or someone not in your alliance, there's still someone you cannot click on to heal, even though they're in your faction for that event, which is also annoying. If the other person's not in combat and you're in combat, you cannot heal them either. So that's also something that is annoying, and it happens more often. Like, it's something that's more relevant for people outside of your guild, because that's where the issue lies. But yeah, look at the settings video and it should fix a lot of the issues you're having, you kid. What build to run as healer? I'm new and lost. Yeah, it depends on what you like. Lucas, join the healer Discord. Healers TNO. Join the healers Discord, go to announcements, go to the 4th pinned post in announcements. So let's look at the pins, click the 4th post. I detailed in point form all the benefits of all the different meta healer builds and off meta healer builds, and that will help you likely choose what you want to play, or at least help you narrow it down to at least 2 or 3. And then you can ask more questions in that Discord to help you decide on which one you want to go exactly. Should you go for Vis blue traits or just get random traits for CP, then go for the purple? Like I said before, trade out your blue gear if it's easily farmable gear. It'll drop a lot more often or a lot more frequently than purple gear, so it's easier to trade out. So trade that out, and then worry about your purple gear later and do that over time. Eli, will you do an update on its Sap Wand build? The Sap Wand builds are updated, like PvE and PvP are updated, so I'm not going to change those real past. I will probably just add the Lombo melee evasion range endurance build into the Staff Wand build, because some folks are on servers where ranged people are starting to build a lot more hit, so it's like a good build that you can like transition into. But yeah, that's like the extent of it. I'm not gonna like drastically change any build. Like the builds are all fine. So yeah. What server do you play on? I play on Almost right now. I'm on Grace Expo. I'm heavy leveling passes. Am I wrong? No. Passives and actives do use different skill books, Tio. Yeah, so passives and actives use different skill books. So it doesn't matter if you're leveling your passives right now. You can still level your active books or your active skills because you use different skill books. Keep pondering about Saffron Bow for main. Yeah, it really depends on what you want to do. I like the same advice I give to other folks. Join the Healer Discord. Go into announcements. The fourth pinned post or the fourth pinned announcement or message in the announcements channel. Read that breakdown of all the different builds, and that can possibly help you decide between the two. I'm Juan Lombo Plague. Oh yeah, Night Hunter. So when it comes to Abyssal Currency, there's a chance of that. So not a chance, but on Cerredomo Island, every time at nighttime on Cerredomo Island, boxes spawn all over the island, inside the cave and outside the cave. It starts inside the cave, and then halfway through night, it starts spawning inside the cave as well. There is an RNG chance for you to get either the Abyssal Currencies, Abyssal Contract Tokens, or Dimensional Contract Tokens. So there's a chance to get any of those three from the box in different quantities. So you can get 300, 600, or 900 of the contract tokens and both of the contract tokens, or either of the contract tokens, depending on the size of the chest. There's a small chest, medium chest, and large chest. And then I believe it's like 3, 6, and 9 contract tokens. Or sorry, Abyss contract tokens, or I think it's or it might be a smaller amount than that. It could be just 3, 4, 5. I've only gotten 3s because I only opened like small contract or small Cerredomo Island chests in the nighttime. They have given me the Abyss contract tokens in those 3. So I know it starts at 3 from the small amounts. I don't know how much you get from the mid-size and the large-size chests. How bad is it if I level some wrong skills in early levels? It's not bad at all. You're fine. There's also skill transfer coupons that you can use. No need to reroll. Guess I'll pivot to one staff policy level on. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Yeah, no worries. Hey, thanks for the guys. I followed the triple endurance build for Maxwell. Now I have to put some gear score around to Vortex and do epic res removing. Okay, sorry, it's a long one. And now I have 2.7k gear score with around 700 points in each endurance type, but I've realized that in large scale battles, Vortex is better than the Purifying Touch. Vortex can deal impact res, removing half crowd control effects from a single party member isn't very practical. For floor plans, someone for each having yeah, you're using the Purifying Touches correctly, Josas. That's why your opinion on it is like that. Did the ad start? Is there an ad right now? Oh, the ads didn't start? Oh, it's awkward. Yeah, it's gonna start. I was just waiting. Sorry. Okay. But yeah, Josette. Yeah, I don't think the ads. There's no ads, right? Okay. So so the build has Tornado and Purify. So I'm not sure why you're replacing, or you feel that you need to replace Purifying Touch for Vortex. Because there's Both the skills are in the build. You were talking about the first build with the sleeve spread, and you're trying to fit Vortex into that build. That's like the, I'm assuming you're talking about maybe that one, and that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about the first build where you want to run sleeve spread, Purifying Touch is the skill that you would swap out. Yeah, so there's like no issues there. You would swap out Purifying Touch for Tornado in the first build because you want to also run sleeve spread. But if you're running the bottom build, which is different, which is a full healing and support build, right? Which is what healers run when they, like, you know, it's a different build because you don't need hit for this build because it's mainly just support abilities and healing abilities, which you don't need hit for. Tornado is also there, and it's a multi-hit ability, so it does still go off because it's a multi-hit ability. So it's likely for it to also land even though you have low hit. But Tornado is also in that build, so you're not replacing Tornado with Purifying Touch there either, because it fits as well, and for the purpose of that build as well. But in the first build, Purifying Touch was always a skill that was swappable, so you swap Purifying Touch for Tornado. No worries, Night Hunter. I hate that there are only 3 sleep sets for skill as a heal. I have AoE. Yeah, I know. I hate that too, Jens, and I wish there was more. Hopefully they add in more though later. Hey, Beery. Oh yeah, no worries at all. I hope you enjoy Wanbo. Just play around with it, and you'll probably find that you like it a lot, or you don't like it. But hopefully you do like it. If you're still sort of like deciding a bit, play the melee evasion range endurance build. Because then at least that one you can swap to play any other healer build if you like to. So you know you already answered, but where can I find the weapon mastery route you're using, and is it possible to reset it because I haven't had... Yeah, it's possible to reset the weapon mastery route, but you can find it by just going to this link. And then you can find my weapon masteries there. Go to the skill embeds, and the top right of the skill embeds are the weapon masteries. You click the weapon masteries and it'll show you the weapon masteries. Yeah, it's healer. Oh, someone did the link. Yeah, no worries, Josaz. I'm glad you like it. Is Staff Wand just not good enough at low gear? I feel like I can't keep people alive in dungeons. Precious these. No, Staff Wand is good in low dungeons. It's likely in the way that you that your party might be just like messing up mechanics too much, and it's just unrealistic for like a non-Lombo build to carry a party that's messing up mechanics too much. Like that's normally how it goes. Like Wand Lombo is always the build in PvE that's like more like new party friendly because they have more heals to just help people or to help those parties that are learning and just messing up so many mechanics, right? Because it's not normal to mess up so many mechanics in a dungeon to require so much more healing, but Wand Lombo can support a party when that's happening, whereas other builds can't. So it might not just be your fault, it might just be your party's fault. So don't blame yourself. Can you please show us your AoE farming skills? Yeah, I use this for AoE farming. I'm able to solo AoE farm always from like green gear up until what gear I have now. I have VODs of that as well. You can check my older VODs if you wanted to see how I'm doing it. But they're also on my maximum builds. You just have to go to my PvP builds, and you can find that. So like just click on the Wand Lombo PvE build here, and you can find them. Yeah, go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. Can I show my gear at the moment? Yeah, that's my gear at the moment. And I think on that note, I'm gonna go to bed. It's like really late. Sapon is awesome, but yeah, you depend on people, don't get that much damage, and you have to manage really good health. Yeah, later game though gets like even easier. When people get gear, they're not so squishy, and then you also have like stronger, like heals and stuff like that. You'll find it a lot easier. They're not happy about it, but makes sense. Yeah. No worries, Borislav. Yeah, it's usually not like your fault. It's just people are learning, people are new to the game, so it's gonna happen, right? Yeah, the same build when PV or doing contract. Yep, I use the same. I don't have PvE gear right now, so I just use my PvP gear and PvE. I just use different stats. Like I use PvE stats in PvE, which is essentially just maxing out your dexterity and wisdom until it tells you you need to invest 2 points in. Right, and you do dexterity and wisdom because dexterity and wisdom gives you the most max damage increases compared to strength perception. So dexterity wisdom gives you 3 and 4 incremental increases for every point you put in it, 3 being the more consistent number, right? Whereas strength and perception only give you 1 and 2 max damage and min damage incremental increases, 1 being the more frequent number. So with that said, you max out dexterity and wisdom because you get the highest amount of max base damage increase by doing that. That will increase your healing and your damage that you put off with your Curse Explosion combo, and yeah, and that's mainly it. And then you put the rest into strength. But that's so yeah. So I just swap between the two depending on like what kind of content I'm doing, pretty much. Hey Edu, it's gonna be posted to the KR Throne of Liberty webpage. Player NC, I think it's like in the webpage address. But yeah, when that's posted, usually I'll just post it in the Healer Discord as well. And I'll ping as well. Is there a way to get more skill? And it's also in the. It'll probably be posted in TL News channel too in the Healer Discord. Is there a way to get more skill presets? No, not right now, Heal. But hopefully they add more. KR we had more, but we don't have them yet in NA, so there's likely gonna add it because it is in KR. Is there spell can stun the boss or creeps as healer? No, you can't stun a boss in a dungeon. You can't stun a boss in a dungeon. You can stun regular mobs in a dungeon with abilities that stun. But yeah, on that note, I'm gonna end the stream. Yeah, thanks to everyone who tuned in today. Thanks to everyone who followed, and thanks for folks who subscribed as well. I really appreciate it. I think I'll be able to stream again tomorrow, but I'll ping the Discord, the Healer Discord, like I always do when I'm able to, when I'm gonna start to stream. But yeah, thanks for folks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And let's see, maybe we can raid someone who's currently streaming right now. Let's go raid Archie. It's always fun to raid Archie. So we're gonna raid Archie, my friend Archie, who's also my guildmate. It's always fun to raid him, so we're just gonna go pay him a visit. Then I'm gonna go to sleep. Yeah, night everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it.
Chains ring. That has no traits on it. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, I just talked to you about Eli.
Illegally, I raided my stream with 170 views.
The man, the myth, the legend. He's giving you all the stats that you need to know about this game here tonight. If you check out what it looks like to check out stats of Throne of Liberty, Eli's got you covered. There's not a better video out there. And he's coming in from Ethereum here tonight with the raid. Live. On stream.
Archie. Oh. Archie. Oh. Oshi. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming in, Eli. I hope you had a great stream. We're right now about to show somebody the difference between these two skills. Eli does a shit ton of testing. Eli does a ton of testing on his channel. If you guys want to get a chance to check it out, Sky, thank you so much for the follow, as well as you, WickedEDU. A lot of you guys that are coming in for the first time, my name is ArchTV, and I basically play Throne of Liberty full time as well. And we're thank you so much, Lomita, for the follow. I've got Icebox in the chat as well as Schneider in my voice call. Rip, no tease.